المرحله كيف راح تكون اليوم؟
المرحلة اليوم راح يكون فيها تشابه مع مرحلة الأمس، مرحلة نسبيا طويلة.
كمستوى؟
نعم، يعني راح يكون فيها تشجيع الاتاكات، ممكن يكون في عمليات بريك اواي متكررة، لأن الفوارق الزمنية مع الجي سي والدراجين الآخرين بانت واضحة يعني، ولن تتغير إلى أن نصل إلى حفيد. لذلك نحن نتوقع مرحلة مفتوحة، مرحلة مثيرة،
مرحلة قوية بتكون صعبة.
بالضبط. العمل فيها راح يكون إذا كان عندنا مجموعة هاربة تمكنت من الفرار قبل يعني النهاية، ستتم عملية المطاردة. بالأمس كانت عملية المطاردة أكثر شيء مثير في هذه المرحلة. إذا كانت مجموعة أكبر اليوم ممكن نتوقع مطاردة أقوى، وقد تتكرر النتيجة اللي حصلت في طواف الإمارات سنة إكسبو في 2022 لما تمكنت مجموعة هاربة من أنها تفوز بالمرحلة. لكن الفرق تأتي هنا يعني تعزيز مكانتها، وبالذات الفرق اللي هي جاية بسبرنتر. يعني نذكر منها طبعا على سبيل المثال جوناثان ميلان أول المذكورين، ماثيو ميلان، ماثيو مالتشيلي، سام ويلسفورد، وسيباستيان مولانو. هذين كلهم متخصصين سبرنت، هدفهم الفوز بالمرحلة، وبالتالي فرقهم راح تعمل لصالح أن يصلون إلى المجموعة الهاربة قبل خط النهاية. وبالتالي راح تكون مرحلة أتوقع جدا جدا مثيرة على يعني في مسارات وشوارع دبي.
كابتن محمد برهان، يعني تشاطر الرأي عبد الرحمن المرحلة بتكون اليوم قوية وصعبة ومثيرة؟
لا الصراحة يعني أنا اليوم باعتقادي اليوم راح تكون المرحلة هادئة، ما راح يكون في هذاك العمل اللي كان بيوم أمس. التضاريس بتختلف.
شو السبب؟
التضاريس أمس كانت بتختلف، كانت مرحلة كلاسيكية. اليوم الطريق مسطحة، راح نكون داخل المدينة، ما راح نطلع للخارج غير ممكن على شارع القدرة وشارع سيح السلم. فراح تكون المرحلة مختلفة بشكل كامل عن مرحلة الأمس. ممكن يكون في مجموعة بريكاوي، سيلفيان ديلي من فريق البيسين ممكن يكون في الأمام لحصد نقاط الانترميديات سبرنت، بس ولكن اليوم المرحلة راح تكون مغايرة عن مرحلة الأمس، راح تكون هادئة. راح يكون هناك بريكاوي ممكن لاعب أو 2 أو 3 فقط، وراح تنتهي اليوم بالسبرنت. وخاصة الفرق اليوم راح يكون عينها على المرحلة اليوم وعينها على بكرة. يعني الفرق بكرة راح تشد الهمة وتحشد كل الجهود لمرحلة الغد اللي هي ممكن تفصل.
يعني اليوم بيريحون، قصدك اليوم بيكون؟
أنا بعتقد اليوم راح تكون المرحلة هادئة وما راح تكون مثل الأمس.
طيب أتحول مباشرة مرة أخرى مشاهدينا الكرام إلى الزميل كريم الطرهوني وهذا اللقاء.
تحياتي لكم. المرحلة الخامسة من طواف الإمارات اليوم في الممزر بارك، في حديقة الممزر هنا في دبي. في هذه المرحلة يبلغ طولها 166 كيلومتر. سعيد أن ألتقي بالقرب من المكان المخصص في البادوك لفريق UAE تيم أميريتس XRG بالسيو بالرئيس التنفيذي للفريق ماورو جانيتي. Mauro, always pleasure to welcome you here in UAE. Today we are in Dubai for the 5th stage UAE Tour 2026. First of all, let's talk about the previous season. It was tremendous. 97 win. I think it's historical.
It's historical. We beat all the records. The records of victory, 97, the record of point, 4 years in a row today as a best rider in the world. I mean, it's something, a big dream we achieved, and it was something sensational. And I think I hope we make proud all the country of UAE with our achievement.
So, how did you see the 2026 edition of UAE Tour and also the performance of Isaac Del Toro right now?
No, it's very well. He's doing an amazing tour. The first stage, he did something incredible in the sprint with an attack at very far from the finish, a little bit too far. And actually also in the third stage, I think maybe it was a little bit too much conservative on the beginning of the climb. And this is why we pay a little bit on the final. But chapeau to Tiberi because he did an incredible stage. still open, still possible to win this tour. We need to believe tomorrow in Jabal Afid will be another opportunity, and we will take. And we need to be concentrate and calm and dream and believe in the possibility to try to win this tour.
21-second gap between Tiberi and Del Toro. He can manage Isaac.
You know, Tiberi is doing very well now, but what we see in the last 3 kilometers, the performance in the last 3 kilometers of Isaac, it was amazing. Gaining, it was a 41 second, and he reached until 15-second gap to Tiberi, and then was finished the stage. But this performance gives us a lot of hope that is possible. But again, we have in front of us an incredible talent, Tiberi. And tomorrow, I think Renko Evenepoel will also be in the game again.
Today, last question for the sprinters. There is a special focus on Molano since yesterday. What about today?
You know, we have a special dream in Dubai. We already won in the past here. Molano have already won this stage. We will try again. Milan is here with a strong team. Also, the competition is very high, a lot of sprinters. But again, you know, he knows how to do it. Let's see if it's possible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Mauro.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
ماورو جانيت أعزائي المشاهدين، CEO الفريق فريق UAE تيم اميريتس XRG. تفضلوا، أعود إليكم إلى الاستوديو.
شكرا زميل كريم الطرهوني. إذن مشاهدينا الكرام، تحول معكم مباشرة لمتابعة أحداث طبعا هذا الطواف. ولكن طيب، كلمة أخيرة قبل ما نتحول كابتن، توقعاتك للفائز لليوم، وهل بنشوف جوناثان ميلان؟
اكيد اليوم يعني امس جوناثان ميلان قدم اداء عالي جدا ووصل ل 1820 واط، ممكن رقم تاريخي ما يكون حققه اي لاعب او القلائل من اللاعبين، ووصلت السرعه ل 72 كيلومتر عند النهائي. قدم اداء جبار وهو جاهز، وما لاحظنا يعني اي لاعب قريب منه خلال عمليه السبرنت.
نتيجه شقيقه ايضا ملفته للنظر يعني، بس شقيقه يعني يمتلك نفس خصائص جوناثان ميلان، وكان يتدرب بفريق ليدالتريك، وهي اول سنه احترافيه له في جروبوما. فلاعب قادم وبقوه يعني، واكتشفنا لاعب جديد بطواف الامارات. اليوم وين بيبين العمل لتهيئه جوناثان للانقضاض ايضا اذا ما كان هو اليوم الفائز بالمرحله، ويمكن الترشيحات ايضا يعني بتنصب على جوناثان.
طبيعي يعني، حاليا نحن لما ننظر للسبرنترز هو حاليا اقوى واحد موجود في طواف الامارات هذه السنه، المرشح فوق العاده للفوز باليوم. لكن لا نغفل ان فريقه قام بعمل رهيب بالامس لمحاوله اللحاق، وبالتالي تكلل هذا بالفوز، لكن قد يظهر عليهم بعض الاجهاد اليوم. فراح يحاول فريق ليدل ترك انه يريح نفسه. صحيح انه في مرحله جبليه في الغد، لكن اتوقع انه ممكن تكون فرصه لظهور سام ويلسفورد من إينيوس.
طيب، ترشيحك؟
اتوقع اليوم خلينا نقول ماتيو مالتشيلي.
ترشيحك؟
ميلان.
وانا مع ميلان. طيب، تحول بكم مباشره مشاهدينا الكرام لمتابعه احداث طواف الامارات في مرحلة مهمة مشاهدينا الكرام. بعد هذا الفاصل أذهب بكم إلى زميل عبد الله السويدان للتعليق على هذه المرحلة.
الله شو هالاوتيل، وتخيل بس $250 بليله على موقعي المفضل. شو؟ ما شفت الاسعار على تريفاغو؟
حجزت ب $145. لازم تجرب تريفاغو.
عن جد؟ ورجوني.
على تريفاغو ممكن تقارن اسعار الاوتيلات من مواقع كتير مختلفة،
حتى موقعك المفضل.
شوف الفرق، نفس الاوتيل اقل $100.
ما جرب تريفاغو؟ لا، ما جرب تريفاغو. جرب تريفاغو لتقارن الاسعار وتوفر لحد 40%. اوتيل تريفاغو.
proved challenging for a lot of riders. No such
20 seconds, riders.
impediments to their progress today. So
Now we're going to
interesting to
give
see
you
just
the
what sort of a
countdown
contest
as
we're going to get. How many riders are going to be
10,
interested in trying to claim something from this race?
7,
Let's count them down and send them into action.
4, 3, 2, 1. Away!
Away, off they go. Antonio Taberi and friends leading the riders away from the ceremonial start of today's 5th stage as we head towards the weekend. Dubai Mamzar Park sending the riders on their way. Al Mamzar is located on the northeastern coastline of Dubai near the Sharjah border, a popular beachfront area known for its sandy beaches. We'll get to see those very shortly, I'm sure. Landscape parks, as you can see, scenic waterfront views. It's an epic look, isn't it? The area offers a mix of leisure facilities, picnic spaces and recreational activities, making it a well-loved destination for relaxation and outdoor enjoyment for residents and visitors alike. Perfectly manicured surroundings of Al Mamzar. That's key information about the launching point for today's 5th stage, 5th of 7. Another opportunity for the sprinters in the final day of racing on Sunday. And this one of 3/4 opportunities this week. Day 1, of course, with that ramp to the finish line that tends to make it challenging for some sprinters and appealing to some GC climbers. Well, that played out in an interesting fashion, didn't it, with Isaac Del Toro just fending off a sprinter, Case Wall. Yesterday, altogether more traditional fare for the fast men, and beautifully gobbled it up, didn't they? Although they left it late, it was a dramatic finale and fascinating for all that. There you get the wind conditions telling you that it's less than 10 kilometers an hour. Really unlikely to play a huge role. It tends to be a little bit stiffer a breeze when they, which sounds counterintuitive, really. It is to me, at any rate, when they get into the desert conditions. But the teams will have noted those particular that particular data, and the likelihood is we're not going to see too much excitement. One or two little issues to be attended to. We saw Simone Consoni down the back, and to his fellow countryman Alberto Dainese, the sprinter for the Sedal Quick-Step squad, 11th across the line yesterday, not able to get involved in the hunt, and he'll look to defend the honour of actually the Sedal Quick-Step squad, which took the victory in this equivalent stage 12 months ago, courtesy of Tim Merlier, who's not here this year, but he is the most successful rider in terms of stage victories in the short history of this event, with 7 wins. So Tim Merlier has certainly shown the way for the Sedal Quick-Step squad. They've got the intel on exactly how to put it together. Can Dainese manage to achieve all the first order of business? I suppose to get that bike working okay, so he'll just plug his DIT2 cable or whatever it was back in and make sure that everything's tiki-boo and working absolutely fine. Simone Consoni down the back. He wasn't backward about coming forward yesterday and presented his man Jonathan Milan into the perfect position. It was a nicely executed finale, you'd have to say, by the Lidl Trek squad with Max Walscheid, giving us some fabulous onboard images as he paved the way for Consoni, and then in turn Jonathan Milan to launch to the line. Nicely executed, and another victory for Jonathan Milan, 28th of his career. And the hits just keep on coming for the powerhouse from Italy. As the riders route through the neutralised section. Nice opportunity, I think, to introduce you to my cohort alongside me throughout the week. Brian Smith has been enjoying the variety of different racing action that we've had so far. We've had climbing efforts. A couple of days ago, we had a time trial. We had a ramp up to the finish line on day 1, and then a more traditional catch me if you can scenario yesterday, where the peloton hounded down that early break at the very last moment, managing to get there, and Jonathan Milan deliver. It's been pretty entertaining stuff, and as I say, lots of variety. But are we going to have a repeat today?
I think we're going to have a sprint for sure. I think for me, Sylvain Daly in the black jersey will want to try and get himself in the breakaway. Whether he does a long one today, we'll have to kind of wait and see. But I really do think that the first sprint after 32.1 kilometres he has to be kind of licking his lips for that. Not too sure that Patrick Gamper will maybe contest. He won the 2 sprints yesterday, but I think, looking at the top 3 last year, Tim Elliott not here, Malacelli is here, and Jonathan Milan is third. So Malacelli knows that he's capable of beating Jonathan Milan in this type of finish, but the thing is that it's a very, very warm day today. There's not a lot of wind. You can see the trees. It's about 5 kilometres an hour. I really don't think that the wind has going to take any effect at all in this race today. I think it'll be a sprinter stage. I think very similar to yesterday, Declan. We may see a few more teams wanting to get in the breakaway. We have now got a little bit of a hierarchy of sprinters. I think the surprise for me was Jonathan Milan's brother. We never really kind of talked about him. He was an unknown, and Matteo stepped up big time yesterday. As Jonathan Milan says, in a real sprint, he finished third. So I don't know what sprints he's been sprinting in, but this is the World Tour. We do have some great sprinters here, and to get his brother up there, his brother got up there, Matteo, in third place was absolutely crazy. The only 2 Milans that I know are AC Milan and Inter Milan. Now we've got Matteo and Jonathan. So, they're the new Milans in my book, and it was great to see the kind of brotherly love yesterday. Although there's no kind of love lost. I used to race with my brother, who was 3 years older, but they're raced in rival teams, and I think he's got his fingers crossed that his brother doesn't beat him in this race.
It's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, he wants to support and encourage his brother as much as anyone would. The fraternal love will automatically you'll swell with pride at a performance like that. But it would change a bit, wouldn't it, if he started winning? And sometimes, and very often, your biggest competitor in life is one of your siblings, isn't it? I mean, they can drive each other on to great heights. We've often seen that in the past. So the interpersonal relationship between brothers is often a complicated one, particularly when they're on a different team as well, and with exactly the same objective. It's going to be fascinating.
I just thought yesterday's sprint was rather messy. I think for the last parts, as soon as we hit that roundabout, it always causes a little bit of confusion, and especially with the breakaway still, within sight of the finish. And I think that Jonathan Milan made it his own yesterday. He was in the right place at the right time. If I picked the bones out of it, I have to say that I think Astana got it wrong. There was 2 things that they got wrong yesterday. I think Malacelli, it's easy for us to look back at it. It all happens very, very quickly. If Malacelli had been in Syriza as well, then he would have stood a better chance of sprinting to victory. And then we'll look at Syriza. Well, Syriza, I don't think, was involved with the Mark Cavendish train, because its lead out says you have to be very aware of the riders round about you and where they are. And I think Syriza, well, when he closed down the remnants of the breakaway, he passed them rather closely. And as we know afterwards, there was a bit of a kind of body check with Malacelli in Malaysia. So that kind of hampered them in the sprints. You can say that Syriza should have given them a little bit more room, kept more out to the right-hand side, thinking of knowing that maybe Malacelli was, 3-4 riders behind him, and the one coming from the right-hand side, you have to give your sprinter that kind of room. So I know that Syriza from the past, he wasn't involved with the Mark Cavendish train. I think because of you have to be aware in sprints of where your sprinter is as a lead-out rider. And that's why lead-out riders are sought after, and from a sprinter.
No criticism of Gamper as he was coming back, wasn't it? Was Gamper, I think, wasn't it, coming back?
All four were coming back.
Yeah, and no criticism too of Malacelli. It was just circumstances, but maybe Gleb Syriza could have made it just a bit easier, a bit less likely.
Could have kept. He knew he was coming up. The road was bending slightly to the right-hand side, so he took the shortest line instead of potentially, if he'd have known, because surely he's going to glance back to see where Malacelli was. If he's in 4th place, the wind coming from the right-hand side. Guess where they're going to sprint? The left-hand side of the road. And so if Syriza had kept out a little bit more, I think Malacelli wouldn't have kind of locked horns with Malaysia coming back. The door closed for him, nowhere to go. So, look, it's easy for us to pick through the bones of this. There's Ethan Vernon as well. Ethan Vernon, I think if he wants to win today, has to take it on from the front. He looks fast enough. Jonathan Milan, the numbers I was hearing was about 1,800 watts, just over 1,800 watts. That's significant. He is a beast when it comes to sprinting, but he was in the right place at the right time. And a lot of people, especially Ethan Vernon, was found wanting. And they have to look at how they can sprint. So I think in a chaotic sprint, it's easy for us to sit and pick the bones out of it. And there was a few mistakes made yesterday. But one thing is for sure, Jonathan Milan, in my book, is the fastest sprinter here. But there is ways of means of beating him.
Yeah, superb sprint yesterday from Ethan Vernon to get up for 4 seconds. But no getting to... He was closing, isn't he? Racing into the pocket with that slipstream and, clearly disappearing from the rest, but not able quite to get on terms.
But nobody got it right yesterday.
Yeah.
Nobody. Even Jonathan
Milan, he never got a lead out. With that,
where was Consoni? Where was what? Yeah. It was all done before. And then when it came into the sprint itself, the only lead out I could see was Syriza leading out Malacelli, Syriza was in the lead, Malacelli was 4th place. But he never gave him room on the left-hand side, knowing that they were catching the riders and the road was bending to the left, the wind was coming from the right-hand side. So it's all these things that you have to think of coming up to a sprint to make it easier for your lead-out rider. But I do feel sorry for the breakaway. It was highly entertaining finish yesterday in what wasn't a greatly or highly entertaining stage.
And it's a complicated finale today as well. And that's something we saw on the women's UAE tour just a couple of short weeks ago. Same finish as today, and it all kind of disintegrated, fell apart a little bit. So it is tough to keep it together with those turns coming in the final kilometre.
Well, I think it was this stage last year when Tim Merlier went at Mies gets... I think he kind of dive bombed up the inside, found himself with a couple of bike lengths and decided to put his head down and go for the sprint. And then it was... Again, this stage, if you've got the memory as well, Declan, that it was after the stage that Merlier, after the finish, the swing light, I think he had a wee crash.
Shrugged it off, as only a Belgian can, as if it was absolutely nothing. So, approaching kilometre 0, flag about to come in, and they're relatively brisk progress. Arriving at kilometre 0, just a couple of minutes behind schedule, not too bad. A few minutes, about 7 minutes in actual fact.
Guess I'm going to blindfold Declan at the moment. Guess who's attacking?
Hard, complicated stuff. Sylvain Dillier, without a backward glance, he's happy to go solo, but I think he wouldn't mind if someone came with him. He had his teammate Jonas Ricard a couple of days ago. Less of a contest here. Are we going to see other teams invest in this one as up and around the outside? The UAE Team Emirates squad, and that is fascinating, isn't it, to see a couple of their riders maybe just trying to sneak away. Is that something that's going to be permitted, the likes of Florian Vermeersch
or Evenepoel?
And that is interesting. Remco Evenepoel looking to attack early on and try and retrieve that 1 3/4. It is a little bit of that 1 3/4 minute gap that he finds himself in arrears now. Verstroffer as well from the Weistroffer from the Lauder Intermarché squad, trying to cruise across, and a little nonchalant look over his shoulder. He sees his fellow countryman. Might be too happy about that, actually. Sylvain Dillier is a Swiss, of course, but he looks around and sees Remco Evenepoel, and I wonder what he's thinking, actually, whether...
He's thinking, I'll have a piece of this. He's a big motor. He's like sitting on the wheel as much as possible. Evenepoel, he's churning out these watts, isn't it? And he's causing a little bit of concern behind. Wasn't it this stage that Pogacar did the cheeky one?
Yes, yeah. Or was it the breakwater stage? But certainly, in and around the urban surroundings, I think you might be right. I think it was the Dubai stage, wasn't it, that Tadej Pogacar 12 months ago certainly frightened everyone. Little nod from Remco Evenepoel saying, Sylvain, why not come to play? And a little look over his shoulder, and there is a response from the peloton, but... not surprising but that is a statement of intent Remco Evenepoel losing a huge amount of time a couple of days ago and just sensing that maybe he's out to play today, and we could have an interesting stage if he perseveres and if we see further action of that type.
Well, that was Ed Towns that came up there just placing things for Lido Trek. Cavagna's come across. This Drisner's at the frontier for Red Bull. Ben O'Connor now as well up there. Movistar putting one rider in there. You can see that Lido Trek are just up towards the front. They're starting to fan across. They're quite happy with a small breakaway. Evenepoel was not really a danger, but the reason why Ed Towns went across there and kind of closed that one down, they don't want someone like that going up there. And in fact, I really don't think they want the likes of Cavagna going up there, because Cavagna is a strong rider. Now we're starting to see one of the riders from Alpecin coming across here, Alpecin Premier Tech, so that's 5. I would think for Lido Trek, who have got numbers at the front there, that would possibly be the maximum they would want. This Jonas Rijkaard that's coming up here, he's another one. So Sylvain Dele tried, he was the first one to attack. Now we have a situation where Rijkaard has gone there, and if he can take some of these black jersey points, he will. But straight away, Lido Trek laying out their cards. They want to control this race for a sprint.
So I know pesky world champion time trialists are going to be allowed clear without a little bit of a fight, and a little bit of a counter-attacking move launching after that one was towed back. Could be an opportune moment, but that peloton is drawn in one long snaking line. And no surprise as well that the Alpecin Premier Tech squad want to make sure that they've got a rider in every move.
Well, it looks as if they're bringing this one back, possibly because it's too strong. Rijkaard, taking no disrespect to any of the riders that are here, but having Cavagna here, Rijkaard, they're two big engines in itself. That there's no real reason for Lido Trek. Of course, they won't be able to control every breakaway it tries to get away, but they can be a little bit more selective. Cavagna's just coming back now for Groupama. Let's see if they continue on here. But it's very clear to me they want an easier ride today. They don't want to make it, hard for themselves. And this is why they're trying to control things. For 4 riders, it's okay. Let's put it this way. They don't want a day like they had yesterday, because that was a little bit of nip and tuck. Is that Torres at the front there for Movistar?
Good track man. And this one, it would appear, is not going to be permitted. Is it just simply the numbers, the composition, the quality of the riders? You really don't want big engines that can go all day, and it was so close yesterday, wasn't it?
It was too close for comfort, to be honest with you. It's just Derek G, the Canadian champion, now at the front for Lido Trek, just kind of closing this one down. Groupama again, second place onto the radio. Right, it's all back together again. We go again. It's been a real interesting start here. That was actually Cam Thornley. It was at the front there on the left-hand side to Scott. So he was trying to kind of infiltrate the breakaway. So it does look as if Red Bull, Borohan Gro, they were the team that kind of sat at the back most of the day. Just totally didn't do anything. We covered as much as they could. And, today they're coming out fighting.
Seneschal. If at first you don't succeed, the French champion Florian Seneschal is the next to fire a salvo for the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. They either have Sylvain Dillier in the break, or they have someone defending his situation. And maybe ideally, if they could have 2 riders from the same squad, and Seneschal has Dillier in his wheel, but a little look over his shoulder will reveal that the entire peloton is still there. So Seneschal pulls the pin in that one, and they wait for the next salvo to be fired.
Looks as if a lot of riders were moving around there, so keep an eye. Yep.
You're absolutely right, Brian. Yeah, goodness me, riders from Modern Adventure Pro Cycling Team. Source of frustration for people post NL as well, involved in this one again. Casper Van Uden, their sprinter, not an ideal scenario.
Kevin Vermarken.
And Kevin Vermarken is the UAE Team Emirates rider, an important support player for Isaac Del Toro. Didier goes again from the front as these riders in various states of disrepair. Is it Debord? From the Modern Adventure Pro Cycling Squad. Indeed it is, who's also been inconvenienced by that. So off the front yesterday, and down the back and chasing. And meanwhile, Dillier solo again. Lots of the sprinting teams would be absolutely delighted if Dillier goes solo, but so many other teams just want to be involved. And Red Bull Port-Anscro have certainly come to play today.
Yeah, they have. This time they had the Scott Carl Thornley. Now they put Moscone up there. But Sylvain Daly, he knows. I don't think he's really thinking of this competition in day one, but he's in that jersey. Stage 3, he put a lot of points on the board, but I think he just wants to get out there, and I'm not saying he's training for the classics, but he wants to get something out this race. And the black jersey would do, but still, other teams want to get involved here. We're seeing many teams, just like yesterday. It's going to go on for a little bit until this breaks, but it's not an uphill start and a hard start that we had yesterday. That was a very strong breakaway that we had, but it's Modern Adventure Cycling Team who had 2 riders down on the ground, the sprinter Picro as well, and Debord, who did a tremendous job yesterday. So unfortunately, just are coming together. I just saw the riders dive out,
You just know.
diving away from, obviously riders crashing. Nobody likes to see that, but it looks as if everybody should be okay. Back to the front, still a little bit active. Stephen Kreuzbeck up there for Visma Leasebike. Jonathan Milan, well, he's up there towards the front as well. So, yeah, this is going to continue until the right breakaway evolves.
Which is great. Super entertaining stuff. A little bit frustrating for a couple of the sprinters. Riley Pickrell, nice 8th place finish yesterday. Good top 10 performance against World Tour opposition, but he's got to dust himself off after that little unscheduled visit to the tarmac. 17th across the line yesterday for Casper Van Uden, so he's got a bit of form to find. Of course, Fabio Jakobsen, the other team sprinter from Picnic Pro Stanel, was involved in a back crash yesterday.
Well, Stephen Kreuzbeck went there and he'll look behind to see Jonathan Milan there and he go, the wrong person to have on the wheel. Ebony Paul up there in 3rd place. Connor Smith for Ineos Grenadiers, so a little bit of a lull in the action, which means that the next attack will come, and there it is on the right hand side.
Boom. Never a dull moment when the break is not yet established, and so many teams and riders want to have a part in it. Naturally enough, it is the Red Bull almost naturally enough, you say the Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe squad want to have involvement. The imposing figure, the tall rider that is Jared Dreisner, who's done a lot of work, particularly on day one for Remco Evenepoel. A little look over his shoulder. I think he really wants someone to play with. Doesn't want to go solo here.
Yeah, just a little bit of look back there, just relax a little bit. You don't want to kind of really commit too much to this one because he knows that, going alone here, it's too far. He needs a little bit of company, so he's going to hopefully just kind of hang out there. Another attacking rider coming as well, and this is his teammate, Cam Thornley. So this is also maybe being pre-planned.
Yeah, the very fact that he's waiting, he said, look, put another one. And they've seen, of course, what the Alpecin Premier Tech team did a couple of days ago with Jonas Ricard and Sylvain Dillier going a little 2-up pairing. And they think, well, it's not a bad plan, is it? So why not put another teammate up there?
Dillier realises that. He's looking behind Toledo-Trek and say, well, why are you chasing me? I'm going for the points. What's the point there? Why are you chasing me down? And, for Toledo-Trek there, I think it was Gabriel Zabier. 2 riders going down the road is perfect for them, and anybody else going down the road, they want to kind of jump on it. But Sylvain Dillier had every right to go, well, why are you chasing me? I'm going for the points.
If Dillier said, look, can I clip over to that one? Would Would the Lidl Trek squad actually mind that? Jonas Ricard there to defend the interests of the Alpecin Premier Tech squad, but he's looking around, I think, wondering where Sylvain Dillier is. So lots of, as you say, chess on wheels going on here.
It's a chase, Declan, that if you're not going to let Dillier go, then, I'm going to go. But then again, he just sits up now, and Dillier goes again over the top. He's got someone going with him as well now, but I think Lidl Trek just trying to kind of close everything down, and this is going to come to nothing. Grace Nurse, well, he's given up the goat as well, leaving Callum Thornley on the right hand side. This is all over the place. Visma again in the yellow trying, so this is going to continue on. Jonathan Milan very prominent towards the front of this group.
If at first you don't succeed, try and stick out around about 400 watts for a while and see if you can get up the road. It's quite piecing that one together. Interesting to see Pinarello Q36 Pro cycling team trying to get involved. Chris Harper, who knows this race well, 4th overall back in 2021, one of the early attackers on day 3 on the big mountain, and clearly got decent form, but not good enough to contend for overall glory. Harper starting the day 3 minutes and 44 seconds down, 26th overall. Let's try and find another way, he says. Unfortunately for him, well, at the moment, they're revving away on the front, but they're controlling well from Lidl Trek.
They have to let something go, Lidl Trek. I think they're making some mistakes here. That's Conrad there. This is going to continue unless something goes. And I wouldn't think that 4 riders was good enough. I know they really struggled, and if it wasn't for some of the other teams coming up to chase yesterday, it would have been a lot harder chase. They had to use Derek G yesterday, and they don't really want to do that today, because guess what? We got Jabal Hafid tomorrow, and they don't want to use Derek G. They want to keep him for tomorrow and maybe move up in the general classification. So they're jumping on everything, and I think it's maybe a little bit too much. They'll have to let something go at some point.
Yeah, Derek G, the Canadian champion with the Lidl Trek squad, how important was his contribution yesterday in towing back the break? Happy enough to donate some energy 2 days out from the next GC appointment on Jebel Hafid, but today is just 1 day before, and interesting. The man sitting 7th overall, the best placed of the Lidl Trek riders, and in a fine top 10 in a major World Tour stage race that Derek G is using his resources to the benefit of his teammate Jonathan Milan, the sprinter today. But for how much longer, as you say, or will he just try and tuck into that bunch and save his resources for tomorrow? Still tapping out a solid rhythm on the front, but nothing splitting just yet, as we're about 14 kilometers in at this point. Still, the elastic is yet to snap. Maybe just it's one of those ones where something might just roll off the front. But Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe clearly have a very specific agenda, and when those riders go off the front, they immediately look around and start soft pedaling, because they have a clear idea about exactly who should be in that break, and that's not what they wanted.
Yeah, it's a case of, come on, why follow me? Commit. No. Not interested, he just get blanked there.
What are you going to do? 3 riders. More clipping across, more anxiety and worry, I suspect, for the Lidl Trek squad. Sheer volume of riders showing an interest here, and eventually something's got to give. It's Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, Sudal Quickstep, Visma Lisa Bike, Jacob Alula, Seneschal again, is it, for the Alpecin Premier Tech squad?
I just think too many now. Too many in this group. We saw it yesterday, 10 riders trying to go down the road. It was just too many. Kreuzwick, well, he's tried a couple of times now. So I just think that there's too many in this one. Ideally, they want kind of 3-4 riders, maximum 6. But we could see that Lidl Trek closing down a lot of things.
It used to be the poshest liner in the world, wasn't it, QE2? That's where it ended up. Who knew?
12 riders now, and I think another 5 riders trying to come across.
Really tough.
Nils Pollitt on the right hand side. A lot of communication. You can see the Ennis Grenadier rider just on the radio. That's essential, because as a as a sports director, you've not got a clue what's happening, because a lot of this information comes from Radio Tour and the motorbikes and numbers and things like that, but it doesn't infiltrate back into the cars, and you have to be immediate.
Well, yeah, always worth reporting, isn't it? That, I mean, if the cars do have video, they do have the our coverage. There's a little bit of latency. There's a delay. Yeah, that 40, 50 seconds, it can be absolutely critical when things are changing as quickly as they are. Here's Kasky now at the latest to fire, and down the back they're nearly flapping around at over 60 kilometers an hour. Make that 70.
Ben O'Connor as well for Jake O'Lula in the purple. Second time he's tried to get involved here in the mix.
Another rider who's
Kreuzwick again in the right hand side there for Visma. What this is all happening at the front, Declan. You've got all these riders kind of hanging on at the back. Luke Clark down the back there. It looks as if they're trying, and they are, but they've got other jobs to do later in the day.
Luke Clark, of course, well up on overall general classification. Started at a fifth overall at 1 minute and 19 seconds, protecting his legs ahead of tomorrow's final mountain assault on Jebel Hafid. Meanwhile, Ben O'Connor, who might have come into the race with thoughts of GC or stage honours, in the mountains, he's languishing in 40th place, 5 minutes and 42 seconds down. Multiple Grand Tour stage winner. Just trying his luck to get into the break on a flat day. I suppose if the form isn't absolutely brilliant in the mountains, there's nothing like a really big hit out in a road stage to try and hone the form a little bit and also give yourself a chance at something special.
This is the biggest creek I've ever seen. The creek to me is very small.
Everything's bigger here.
Looks like next year.
Everything's the biggest, I think, in around Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
So we get two riders. Modern Adventure joining them now, Sullivan Daly. This could be it by the looks of things. Daly's tried quite a few times now. It looks like Zakowski's there for Pinarello, and I think Moscon was the other rider for Red Bull. So this does look a little bit more interesting now. You see them fanning across it. It took a little bit of time, but Sullivan Daly eventually it looks like he's going to get there.
He's found the right one. Modern Adventure Pro Cycling team have got in there. Big investment there from Dilly. Look at the power he's got, because they're not exactly not riding on the frontier, are they? But still, and the block on here. Plenty of teams satisfied with this. Little Trek saying that'll do us, and that's absolutely exactly what we want. We don't want to try and. I think it was Valscheid that was just saying, "Steady here now." That's exactly the break we want.
Yeah, but does everybody else want it?
See if there's a team or two in there who got the message from the DS this morning that we need to be in the early move.
Well, I think it's been quite evident that Red Bull wanted to get a representative there. They even used Equipol as well. So Modern Adventure, again, they have to go pretty much every day now, try to get someone up there, try to get something out of the race, and they almost got something yesterday.
Was Remco Evenepoel's attack about trying to get up the road himself, or was it about trying to provide a launching pad for a teammate?
Well, I think so. I think you go out there with a view to, if you want to get a rider on the breakaway, then it's all about, you use probability. So instead of using two riders, they were using 4, 5 riders. And so you just go with one, go with another, just keep on constantly attacking. We've seen Sylvain Dilly attack, 3 or 4 times? So that's harder to do. So what you do is you try and kind of share it out. So if you've got, 4 or 5 riders willing to have a dig, then at least one of them,
a rider in every move.
The probability of getting a rider on the break is higher. Who it's going to be? Some teams of 7, they'll go maybe 2 riders, some maybe 3. But it looks like Red Bull have gone maybe 4, maybe 5 riders. Look, guys, one of you's getting a breakaway, but normally it's kind of dedicated to maybe 1 or 2. Modern Adventure might have a little bit more, but that's what happens in team meetings. It's not everybody goes, right, try and get in a breakaway. There is a plan in place.
medical assistance there and available for Casper van Uden, who was one of those victims of that early crash. But he's, as you can see, safely back on his bike and communicating with the team car. Winston there just keeping conflict. Not sure if you're able to pick up on that one. Casper's feeling.
Struggling to hear what Mark Winston is saying. He doesn't really speak good English, does he? I'm joking, of course. Eaton on the move, Moss gone. He's making the effort, got himself in the breakaway, and is conscious that you have to refuel.
It's tough to do, isn't it, when you're making a significant effort, and they're still opening up their advantage. Dillier would be thrilled. Looks around and sees that not only is this group, and if they lost,
Deciding it's not for him.
Well, that's an interesting play, isn't it? So they reduced the numbers up front. Not an Adventure Pro cycling team. Just feel it's not what they wanted. They have Byron Munton, 15th overall, the best placed rider in general classification. Decent climbing performance from him on day 3. Riley Pickrell, 8th yesterday. So maybe, just maybe, they're thinking, it's all in for the sprint today, and we'll get engaged in the chase later on. But that's a slightly unusual situation. Ezra Cowdell, the young American rider, as you can see, he's the youngest rider, one of 2 teenagers in this event.
That's a strange one. When you're there, you're there. They will be thinking Pickrell for their finish there, but like I said from stage 1, Pickrell is a good top 10 performer. If they're looking for a top 10, then good, but I think he's got enough firepower there to be able to help him. He's got Mark Stewart, he's experienced, and he's going to lead out man. So I think
tactical, or did he get dropped?
By the looks of things, it looks tactical. I think he was the rider that didn't want to get involved with Red Bull earlier on. So maybe it's a case he was just following, and maybe he didn't want to get himself in the breakaway. But you have to say that they came very close yesterday.
The issue is mechanical for the tall German Classics hero Niels Pollitt. And when he hit the front on day 1, well, day 3, wasn't it in particular? Yeah, he did a lot of good work.
There's the other Irishman we've not mentioned from North Wales.
Ryan Mullen, was it? Yeah, born in Anglesey, has Irish heritage from Meath, from Navan in County Meath, a big supporter and fan of.
Yeah, now riding for NSN. He used to be a right-hand man for Sam Bennett in the day. And then a few years ago, they decided to kind of part ways, and Ryan Millen now with NSN.
Great lead out man, particularly 5k to 3k to go is under 23 time trial world championship silver medalist by a fraction of a second, actually, just a couple of tenths of a second after that time trial. Silver medalist at that, multiple national time trial champion.
5th in Qatar?
Yeah,
in the World Time Trial
got one top 10. Yeah, that road would certainly suit him. Yeah, that'll be an ideal scenario. So we'll see if we can.
It's a bit of a building, isn't it?
It's pointy, very pointy. So 4 become 3. Jenny Moslin's got what he wanted. The early move, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe want to have representation up here, trying to salvage something. They had a stage win, of course, from day 2. And Gravenable coasting along on the wheels will be content, I think, that they've managed to create the scenario that they wanted. And Jenny Moscon is a really strong engine to put up front in that group, but with just 3 riders, want to be controllable. One wonders how much leeway they'll be given. Different character of yesterday's stage, of course, with not exactly a mountainous stage, but a rolly stage, and it meant that things ebbed and flowed a little bit, but ultimately they only gave them about 2.5 minutes. What was it, 2:39 was the biggest advantage that we saw for the break yesterday, and they
250.
still did it get up to 250, right? But they still almost hung on, didn't they? How much advantage are they going to be given today as the Little Trek squad looks to control? They're going to keep abreast of the advantage of that group up front. Jonathan Milan. Okay. Still unrecovered. Almost anonymous, isn't he, without a points leader's jersey? Not going to change today. There's not much in it. Isaac Del Toro almost by happenstance arriving into that classification lead a couple of days ago. victory on day 1, second on day 3. And that haul of points have put Isaac Del Toro into second place overall and into the lead of the points classification, albeit by just the small margin of 6 points over Jonathan Milan. Milan's actually third in that competition because Antonio Taberi, courtesy of his fine performance in the time trial, as well as his victory on day 3, is second, just 4 points behind Isaac Del Toro and Jonathan Milan. 6 points behind Del Toro and very much within targeting distance. Another man who could come up with the lead of the points classification is Sylvain Dillier, because he has the potential to take 16 points today were he to win both of the intermediate sprints, and I feel sure that he has almost certainly communicated his desire to score in that competition to his breakaway companions. He's investing heavily here. Were he to score 16 points, he'd actually draw level with Isaac Del Toro in that particular competition, so it would require a decent performance from Jonathan Milan in the sprint at the end of the day to try and prevent Dillier from potentially going to the top of, at least level on points with Del Toro at the top of that green jersey competition. Over 2 minutes. The information brought to us by Breitling as we get a look at the architectural splendor of Dubai. The Burj Khalifa. Astounding 828 meters high. Tallest building in the world, and I think we're all agreed, one of the greater engineering feats of all time.
What's at the top?
A big spike.
So if there's another building built taller there, they'll just put another spike on top.
Yeah, that's what they did, I think, isn't it, to make that the tallest? Yeah.
What's classed as the top of the building?
I don't know, but apparently there is a great experience. You can head up to the aptly named At the Top and At the Top Sky on floors 124 and 125 respectively, and there's a 360-degree vista, sunset dinner, the Atmosphere restaurant, and there's a lounge on floor 122. Well worth visiting. Take the fast lifts in that particular building.
Your ears pop.
Well, he's looking altogether more relaxed and happier than he did on day 3 when his GC hopes came crashing to earth. And Evenepoel resets goes again. I'll be happy that Johnny Moscon has got into the move, and happy to have a chat with former teammates, Junior Lesurf, so our quick step riders, keeping on terms as Cowdell just arrives back into the main peloton. Interesting play from the Modern Adventure Pro Cycling team. Is it all in for the sprint today? And they race. Their mentality is that of a World Tour outfit, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a question for me, and it does look as if they are. They've already got some nice performances represented in the breakaway yesterday. Andalusia, they got a fine third place by Ben Oliver. It's just a surprise there that they didn't want to continue in that breakaway. I possibly would.
To do the main canal as well. That's as wide as any canal you're likely to see. West of the Suez, or the east of the Suez. Some spectacular waterfront properties. Kilometers of waterway here. Width ranges from 80 to 20 meters. Opened in 2016. Great to get these profile studies of World Tour athletes at their work and quality. Metronomic ability to crank out the speed, produce extraordinary watts, and yet make it look effortless. So as Brian has mentioned, not too far down the road for Sylvain Dillier. For the first sprint of the day. Canadian champion Nick Sikowski has infiltrated the move as well for the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. First sprint comes at the Al Maidan racecourse. We'll see 135.9 on the ticker at the top left of your screen, so not too far away. As you can see, just under 4 kilometres to that first sprint of the day.
Dan Hewlett for Decathlon. Just having a bit of a laugh and a joke with Patrick Conrad on the radio.
Hull has recovered from his crash yesterday, of course, one of those riders who was had that nasty little spill. Jakobsen was involved in front wheel puncture for the Dutchman, and his fellow Dutchman, Dan Hull, one of those riders who...
Is there anybody going to come up and help me? Do I have to do this all on my own? Questions being asked.
And meanwhile, dropping into the pocket, we saw Valscheid. And the camera picks out the other Milan. It's a star now, isn't he? Matteo Milan, and they're going looking for a rider in the first year of a 3-year deal with the Groupama FDJ squad. They picked him up after a string of strong results and 1 or 2 significant results in French stage races last year. But at 2.2 level, which is quite a distance removed from World Tour. And as Jonathan Milan said to us, the first sprint for him at World Tour level, different caliber of opposition, different speed and intensity in the closing stages, but absolutely equal to that one. Can he reproduce again today? Already it's a very successful trip, but he'll want to get his first win under his belt. I'll be able to give him a little bit of time because he is beginning just very much at the dawn, the outset of his World Tour career. There's a few more buildings want to be a little bit taller.
The crane's up there.
You need a really big crane to get that crane up there.
Yeah. On a helicopter. There we go.
Maybe they built it up there. Took it up in all the bits up in the lift. That's what 828 metres looks like.
Where is the top? The top cannot be officially. What is the top of a building? It can't be a spike.
I'm sure there's some crazy Red Bull free climber would be happy enough to scale that and say this is the top, on top of the spike. But I don't think there is a penthouse apartment up there, no. I think you need to be an invigilator or of the Guinness Book of World Records to help get you on board.
I used to get that every Christmas.
Yeah, Norris and Ross McWhirter, wasn't it, the two brothers that created that extraordinary town?
See, the thing is, we know why Sylvain Dillier is in the breakaway, and then the next question is why the other two there. I don't think with 3 riders that they're going to stay away. I think it's going to be an easier job for Lido Trek to control this and bring it back for a sprint come the end. But it's a World Tour event. They have got sponsors that they want to be represented. They want to be talked about, and Moscon and Zukowski, what can they get from today's stage? Of course, at the back of their mind, they're hoping that they get the same chance as the breakaway riders got yesterday, but I can't see it on the route today. Only 3 riders, albeit 3 strong riders. But sometimes you have to take a bit of a kind of sacrifice in a team, get yourself in a breakaway and do it for that sponsor coverage.
From the perspective of Bahrain Victorious and Antonio Tiberi, they'll be satisfied with this one because 3 riders in there means that all 3 of the bonus second positions are claimed here. So 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds for the first 3 across the line here. It would be a major shock if anyone pops out of the slipstream of Sylvain Dillier and prevents him from taking the maximum haul of 8 points towards his intermediate classification ambitions. Indeed it is.
There's 1 point left now for the points competition.
Got 2.5 minutes of Burj Khalifa time before the bunch arrive to see who's going to scoop that final point on offer for that intermediate sprints competition, which is, as we've mentioned, is currently being led by Sylvain Dillier with an 8-point margin over Patrick Gamper, who's in the break yesterday. Interesting to see whether Gamper fancies just pinching a point and stemming the flow a little bit, but it's looking increasingly like Sylvain Dillier is creating an almost unassailable advantage in that race for the black jersey. And as I mentioned, that's now taken him a little bit closer to the lead of the overall green jersey points competition.
I think the only person I can think of that would maybe go for the point would be Jonathan Milan.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to sprint it out with any of the Alpecin Premier Tech riders, but if it's easy enough, just pop off the front, just take that.
Yeah, if he gets it for free, it would be taking care of business there, wouldn't it? Yeah.
You have to do the housekeeping. No helicopter pad up there.
I don't see an infinity swimming pool to climb to the top of that one.
Well, there might be a couple down here, a bit further down.
It looks like the penthouse apartment's probably the worst one to get.
A lot of baby Khalifa's down there.
They'd look pretty tall in a lot of other cities in the world, wouldn't they, those ones?
Do you know, is it all residents or?
I do not. I do have some notes here. Let's see what we got on the Burj Khalifa. Well, they see it every year, and I've never been in it. Sometime we must take a moment.
Well, I think about at the top, we could do our commentary from there. We see everything.
Stay there for the week.
Telescope.
Yeah, let's get your binoculars out. Zakowski, languid but effective rhythm. And they've set up already to control the gap coming down ever so slightly. So it looks as if 2.5 minutes, it's got 2.25, 2.5. That's where it's going to settle in at. Way to go. Dillier, altogether busier style from him. Make our way. I mean, Dubai is notable, isn't it, for having various different districts. There's an academic district, there's an automotive district, and this is a little look at the design district.
Well, they need a Scottish district or an Irish district, but
not a bad idea.
Or a Celtic district. Party Central.
We do have an Irish village in Dubai. Yeah. It was Emmanuel Gebrek Zabir that took the final point, so not proving of any interest to Jonathan Milan. Interesting, that one. It's his teammate that was just rolling along at the front of the peloton, uncontested, claiming that point. Maybe...
I think with the stage win yesterday, he feels as if he doesn't need any more points.
Well, maybe he just was too far back in the peloton. He would have even had to make an effort just to make his way up to the front of the peloton. He thought, you know what, I'm not going to bother. It's not that important. If I win today, if I win again on Sunday, I'm going to claim that jersey as a matter of fact, as a matter of natural order. Having said that, I mean, you could have a situation where either Tiberi or Isaac Del Toro manage to take the victory tomorrow, and if Milan isn't able to perform in both of the sprints, so we could have a situation where the GC contender actually takes the win. And you've got the intermediate sprints as well also playing into the mix. So it's one of those points competitions where you've got three different category of rider who potentially can contest for an important jersey.
And dare I say what happened in the first stage? He crashed. So you never know. Every point could count.
Yeah. And Gibrek Zabir has worked as hard as anyone in this bike race to this point. Countless kilometers almost at this point on the front of the peloton, and he's going to do it all again today. It's a selfless task, but it is impressive work. This is confirmation of the current situation in the intermediate sprint standings. It's double the point total of his nearest rival for Sylvain Dillier. Gamper not scoring. Not showing any interest from the main peloton. Milan 2 is in this one, but not really in it. It's just happenstance really that he found himself. Main peloton cruised through, and he was just pinching a few and through the food zone. Another one of those tough days for the team helpers, because they'll be out on the side. Billiard table, flat, smooth road on numerous occasions today, and that's always a little bit of an extra challenge when they're cruising along well north of 40 kilometers an hour here. Be closer to 50. Gibrek Zabir has towed this one back a little bit. Ouch.
Ospreys.
Hey,
That
rugby players.
surprises me.
Yeah.
The Ospreys would eat the flamingos.
Interesting, yeah, how they keep them segregated or whatever. Reef herons, black-winged stilts, sandpipers, egrets, kingfisher, black-tailed godwit, Eurasian spoonbill, the sand racer, horned vipers. Or should we say horned vipers?
Yeah, they're all waders, but Ospreys are waders.
As you mentioned, Osprey, yeah.
Maybe that one get lost in translation. Yeah, ospreys they're fish eaters. They are renowned as birds of prey.
Yes, yeah.
I was a twitcher when I was younger.
Is that right? Yeah. A few flamingos in there as well.
Yeah. Do you know how they get that pinky tinge? It's what they eat.
Right.
They eat a lot of the shrimps, and that gives them that pinky colour.
So if they change their diet, they'd have a different colour. Interesting.
Get it all here, Declan. So Sylvain Delay moving up to third place in the points competition, 4 points down. So you would have to say before the final sprint, if he stays away, he'll be the leader of the points competition.
Yeah,
he takes the 8 points.
Yes, I did the maths wrong there, actually. So, yes, he can actually take the lead of that competition ahead of this final sprint. And in that case, it will require Jonathan Milan. So you can be fairly sure that neither Tiberi nor Isaac Del Toro would have any interest in that final finishing kick, and just try and stay out of trouble and stay on the right side of any splits in the peloton. But staying safe is the main order of business. Different agenda for Jonathan Milan, though. Let's get a look at the Meydan racecourse.
Yeah, we're in the wrong sport.
home to one of the world's richest horse races, as you say. Just
Yeah, it's got a purse of
piffling $35 million. Yeah, but that's dollars. What's that about? What's that,
£30 million?
Yeah, about 30 million euros, something like that. Yeah,
Not to be sniffed at. Yeah. So I'm too big for a jockey.
Does the jockey get 35 million? Or the horse?
Yeah, the owner of the horse, I think.
It's a hell of a big purse. It's pretty big musettes as well. This is Mathieu Gafouri, one of the Picnic Post ML squad, who's collecting the musette, which has been the sort of standard traditional method of delivering food and water and liquid to the riders for generations at this point. No one has come up with a better method.
I think we have to call it a picnic provider in that team.
It's a picnic basket, yeah. Yeah, you have a little wicker thing. Wicker creation with bespoke cutlery. And the mood there, again, just floating through from the cars, making his way up. Main peloton towing this one back inside 2 minutes. Feet zone, not a source of drama at the moment.
Yeah, got that one. Got another one. It's not easy. We're kind of rolling along at 50 kilometres an hour. It's not easy when you've got kind of damp hand. A lot of the riders, most are wearing mitts, which helps grab a bottle. But these bottles are coming out coolers with ice around about, so they're wet already. They're not dry bottles. So to take them at 50 kilometres an hour is not always easy. Obviously, it helps with having mitts on. Some riders don't. We see this happening in many areas where, you know, in the feed zone, it's harder to take. That's why sometimes a musette is a lot easier to take.
Yeah, I was thinking last night, because that's the kind of thing I think about how sort of hidebound by tradition sometimes our sport is, and that the method of delivery of nutrition is just has
Do you
never
remember
really
the vest?
changed.
The Saxo Bank had the vest, and that.
I saw it in use at the women's race, actually. Yeah. Someone was using it, I think, in the UAE team, and yeah, it seemed to work, but not everybody to sort of put it on and take it off. And
well, just to explain, it's like a high vis vest, but it's like netted with places for bottles in the back. So it's you go back to the team car and just kind of put it round your arms, and all the bottles are in the back, and then you go back to the peloton and everybody just takes from the back. And then what do you do with that mesh? You put it in your pocket. You have to give it back to the team car again. Yeah, it never really kind of caught on, although it's still kind of lingering around.
I haven't thought that. I mean, they collecting bottles is a bit hit and miss, isn't it? And it's all about sort of timing the delivery. And if there was something like a sort of a fishing rod type affair where the bottle could dangle from it, and the rider would have a sort of more bottle to collect, and they could sort of, then the team helper would be able to sort of move it in and out. That might just make it a little bit easier to deliver the bottle at the feed zone. Feed zone to me seems like in need of radical and urgent thought and revision. It just seems like that's from a different era, and that surely with the level of technology and the brains that are out there, we can come up with a better way.
See, they should go back many years ago to the old trestle tables out in the garden in the Giro d'Italia. Just stop and fill your boots early in the stage. And this was always before TV coverage. TV coverage, obviously, you couldn't do it, but early on in the stage, it was nice and civilised.
Or a full-on cafe raid.
Yes.
Yeah, the spotted cafe at the side of the road. Everyone climbs off, or at least the domestics do, and jump in, and raid the fridge, much to the delight sometimes of the cafe owners who send the bill to the race organisers, and the domestics come back out. And the old days, didn't they? Some domestics would start the race with a bottle opener, so that they could sort of open the bottles of Perrier to deliver to their team leaders.
And in the old days, they used to take the bottle off in the stem. It wasn't the stem and went into the head tube. Obviously you've just got the stem, which goes straight onto the fork column now. They use the old
quill stems.
You just have to put the bottle on the stem and hit it with your hand, and then it comes off. So, and that's why you're riding as well. So taking the bottle from your stem where your hands are off your handlebars.
Different skills, different skill set required. Yeah, in those days.
Yeah, for a lot of these guys, including this guy here, he's at Del Toro. Says easy a day as possible. Of course, they've got Milano. They would like to try and help. They put one rider up there yesterday, Herrigods, to try and give him that opportunity. But like we were saying in a sprint, he'll probably do 10 sprints like this, and maybe one he'll get in the best position. He wasn't yesterday, and that's what happens sometimes when you don't have teammates to help you. You have to find your way, and it's always very difficult to do. But for many of the GC contenders, it's about easy day as possible with Jebel Hafid tomorrow.
Sylvain Dillier's third day out of 5 up the road. And obviously, no break opportunity for him on the time trial on day 2. And yesterday, well, he was marked absent when the break disappeared. It was a tough old day, start of the day at any rate, as he went backwards. He did actually try, didn't he? And maybe in the act of trying, he put himself into a little bit of oxygen debt, and he wasn't able to recover quick enough as the attacks kept coming on that long ramp that began yesterday's stage. So found himself out the back, recovered, got back in the peloton, by which time, of course, the break had disappeared to its heroics, day-long heroics, and Dillier had to just accept his medicine and hope that there was no significant gain. Now, though, he's managed to get into the move, and he'll be satisfied with that one because he scored at the first test sprint of the day. And breakaway specialist continuing to hone his fitness with another adventure. Best placed rider on general classification, by the way, I haven't told you, but suffice it to say, none of these 3 riders is any threat on GC to Antonio Tiberi. Best placed is Nicholas Sukowski's 8 minutes and 41 seconds in arrears. So
only in danger if they get 10 minutes.
Yeah. And they don't seem minded. It's the modern pattern, isn't it? Whereas on day 1, it was a long... Well, actually, it was day 3, wasn't it? We saw a decent advantage given to the 2 riders from opposite Premier Tech.
I think that was due to the hill at the end as well.
Yeah.
So, they gave them a little bit more time.
The confidence that the mountain wouldn't suit Sylvain Dillier.
Bit of a spotlight for this man today.
And Jonas Ricard on that occasion. So they towed it back before the mountain. As you say, the spotlight is on Matteo Milan. Not Milano, Milan. Yeah, it's almost like it's the English version of the Italian city for a surname. So much of this stage is in around the urban sprawl, but we are heading towards the desert. I'm going to look at the Al Qudra cycle track, fabulous facility. How many amazing cycle tracks are built out in the desert and serve as wonderful playgrounds for the leisure bike riders from Dubai. Abu Dhabi as well has its own facilities.
Zukowski just taking his gloves off, probably trying to prevent getting that white hand syndrome.
Yeah, where are you on the track mitts? I mean, once upon a time, it was, you leave your track mitts off at your peril as a professional racing cyclist. Maybe Zukowski's thinking minimum risk scenario because he's in the break. But it is unusual. Some pros will just never wear them. Other pros think it's unprofessional not to.
Mitts are a personal choice. They do save you, but from my experience, I never used to use them. I wasn't that quick at getting my hands down when I crashed. It was always elbows and knees and hips. So all my years as being a pro bike rider, I never damaged my hands at all because I never got them down when I crashed. So yeah, it does help in certain circumstances, but I was a one that never used to like them. But the old style, they used to have a kind of Velcro with a hole, and you used to have this white hand with a brown
disc.
dot.
Yeah, brown disc. Yeah, riders are quite conscious of the tan lines, aren't they? Some are, and some just don't care. And of course, these days with socks up halfway up your leg, it's That leads to some fascinating timelines. Of course, the shorts are so much longer as well, aren't they? All the way down to the knees now.
Well, they're conscious, but I think that in the history that I've been involved with cycling over 40 years, there's only been kind of one rider that's kind of worried about that, and that was a certain Sean Yates.
I was about to say, it had to be Sean Yates. Went sleeveless, didn't he? And there was like a shock horror, and caused a lot of old aficionados to splutter in disbelief.
Cap sleeves but yeah, a lot of the clothing they have nowadays actually helps protect from the sun. Interestingly, now that they've got Astana riding at the front, it was mentioned at the start of the programme. Malacelli was second in this stage, Milan third. So I think yesterday they did a good enough job. We mentioned that maybe Syriza could have given them a little bit more berth. The breakaways, they caught them. Maybe Malacelli should have been on the wheel of Syriza. A lot of ifs and buts, but they've got a chance today. And with Merlier not here today, he is, last year's best rider in this stage.
The second best rider, of course, was Matteo Malacelli, and pushing Jonathan Milan into third place on that occasion. So it's a finish that Malacelli knows. He's in fine form. He beat Jonathan Milan in one of the stages of the Alula Tour in Saudi Arabia, albeit Milan took 2 stage wins and the points title in that particular event. But Matteo Malacelli knows that on the day, when all things play out as he would hope they do, he does have the beating of the biggest name sprinter, and indeed the biggest sprinter in this event, and Monticelli can perform. So no surprise really that the Astana XDS Astana team are showing some interest in helping with the pacemaking with the Lidl Trek squad, and they will share that workload and then go toe to toe, head to head as rivals into the finish today.
And it looks as if they've sent a powerhouse up to the front, Harold Martin Lopez.
Yes, Lopez, of course, overall winner of the Tour of Hungary last year. I saw him at the end of that race, actually, and it was a huge moment for him in his career. And there was a sort of a slightly soulless airport transfer hotel that we were staying in and the Astana team were, and a few other teams as well. And the team sort of all assembled around him in this sort of plastic cafeteria. It wasn't the most glamorous or salubrious of surroundings, but they bought him this tiny little cake, and he had a little bottle of fizz, and that was his celebration for winning a major international bike race. And after about an hour or so, that the team dispersed and headed up to their rooms, and that left Martin Lopez just looking at his small little dolce, small little cake. That's what you get. But I think he had the glow of satisfaction of taking a major general classification victory in a big stage race, not a World Tour level, but signal that he's a rider to watch out for. His teammate Harold Tejada, third overall at 1 minute. So double agenda for the XDS Astana squad, who've started the season in fine form. They've Monticelli potentially for a victory today as well. Leonard van Eytveld as well. Useful performance, fine performance indeed. Third on stage 3 up the big mountain, Jebel Mobra. Fourth overall. Scant few seconds behind Harold Tejada. He'll vie for another podium finish in this event. Will have given him great encouragement as he heads toward Jebel Hafit tomorrow. Of course, he took the victory on that stage on Jebel Hafit back in 2024, just a couple of years ago. With it, the overall race victory. So Van Dillier, 35 years of age now, comfortably the oldest rider in this move. The youngest being the man at the back, taking a swig of his bidon, the 27-year-old Canadian, Nicholas Zukowski.
Seen Fabio Jakobsen there. That was a very strange situation yesterday. He hit a rock apparently, and he's that's what solid
foam insert,
foam that they've got in the tyre. and it came off. And look at his abrasions that he's got. So I think I saw in this race it was thumbs up from Jakobsen there, so he's okay. I wonder if he'll be sprinted today, because we heard from Van Uden, who's crashed earlier on, said it would be him today, but possibly for Jakobsen later in the race. But
when he said it yesterday, so he said that he was being looked after for yesterday's sprint, and Jakobsen for today and Sunday was the thinking. But you're absolutely right. Is he going to be in a situation to perform in the sprint?
Yeah, the first time I saw that happening with a tubeless was in the inner foam coming out was Thomas de Gent in this race a few years ago. Caused a little bit of controversy. Yesterday did as well. So you don't often kind of see that, but a little bit worrying for the riders.
He did say it was a front wheel blowout, so there is a certain amount of air. While the foam insert does occupy an awful lot of the space in there, if there's some sort of deflation, it can lead to a scenario.
But hitting a rock and then both coming straight off the rim causing a serious incident.
A little bit of wind out there, as I had suggested. As we moved a little bit further inland, it might just pick up a little bit. It's coming across the riders at the moment, 18 kilometers an hour. Is it going to be enough to perhaps tempt a little bit of excitement from that main peloton behind? I wouldn't bet on it just yet, but nevertheless, it could inform a little bit of the thinking from some of the teams. We've seen cruising up the outside, the Uno X squad almost en masse.
Well, it happened in stage 3, didn't it? Someday, the wind is coming in the right direction for someone to come up and put everybody in the left-hand gutter. But it's whether someone wants to do it. It was Sedal Quickstep in stage 3, round about this period, decided that they want to try. So the wind is in the right direction. It's strong enough at 18 kilometres an hour, but no one's really interested. The thing is, when you get to World Tour, if you want a sprint stage, you'll have a sprint stage, and with so many GC contenders looking at tomorrow's Jebel Hafid.
Patrick Conrad is the other rider assisting Emmanuel Gebrek-Sabir on the front of the peloton at the moment. And interesting that the Ascent squad have decided to put a rider in there as well to support the ambitions of Ethan Vernon after his ninth place finish on day one. Finds second place at the line yesterday. The young British sprinter is clearly mining a rich seam of form and is a potential threat to Jonathan Milan's situation as the dominant force. So Monicelli has the support of Lopez up there as well. 4 teams invested, gap less than a minute and a half. They won't want to bring it back too soon either. Tapping out this rhythm. The second sprint of the day comes a relatively long way from the line, actually, 80.6 kilometres to go. I wonder whether Sylvain Dillier might just ride it to that point and then think maybe he's just pull the pin.
You would think so, but whether he's here to look at the classics that are coming up, I think he will personally, because I think he'll want to try and get in the breakaway tomorrow, and kind of seal that jersey, and he's got something to kind of shout about. So I think taking the next sprints and then deciding, see guys, and it's not for the first time we've seen something like that happen in the race.
Yeah, tomorrow's 2 sprints come with 114.4 kilometres to go, and the second one with just 14 kilometres just at the foot of the final hill. So potentially a much longer day in the breakaway in prospect, and then the final day, 120 to go and 43 to go. And we could have it won by then.
This is what I was talking about in the car the other day. It was a 96. Let's see, Global Village, how many? 90 something. 90 countries represented.
Yeah. World's largest, there you go, tourism entertainment project. 5 million visitors every year. But not us. We have to cruise past it.
Do you think Ireland's in there? An Irish bar there?
Okay.
Can't hear any bagpipes. I don't know if there's a Scotch bar. Yeah.
Bagpipes are Irish too, but I think
Yeah, what a weight.
They're UAE, aren't they? Bagpipes traditionally. Isn't it? Do you play?
I know I'm full of hot air, Declan, but I don't play.
Of course you could.
I used to mimic the bagpipes at the top of some of the climbs, especially, you know, the way I ride now. When I get to the top of a steep climb, I can mimic the bagpipes.
Well, I can wheeze like the bellows, but not necessarily produce the sonorous sounds. At the end of it.
Who are we pitting? A hero, man. I saw him the other day. I was just sitting next to the sign on, and he just rode past, and I smiled at him. He smiled back. He seems happy in himself, Nairo Quintana. Of course, he's had a great career. And I was actually talking to Goga, the media from Mexico that's here yesterday, and obviously they'll look after all the kind of Colombians, and you know they have they talk to them almost on a daily basis, these guys, for the media back in Mexico and Colombia and whatever. And they were just saying he's just enjoying himself now. He's just happy riding his bike, racing, and he seems, a happy man.
Yeah, 36 years of age, Nairo Quintana, among the more senior riders in this peloton of 143 riders today. Nairo Quintana now, these days with the Movistar squad. Indeed, he's been with the Movistar squad quite a while at this point. Did have a little bit of a step out for a few years with the Team Arkea Samsic and back to Movistar, having been there from pretty much the outset of his career in 2012. 3 years with our Team Arkea, and then back to Movistar at the beginning of the 2024 season. Contracted through to the end of the year. I don't know what the plan is beyond that. The overall winner of Giro d'Italia back in 2014, Vuelta in 2016. Twice second overall in the Tour de France, first of those coming in 2013. Been a while since he's enjoyed the big days. He did finish 7th overall in the Tour of Oman, so tickle along the form, and no doubt can still be a threat in 1 week stage races. Maybe a threat too for stage honours in the Grand Tours. The Hamdan Sports Complex. 2 Olympic standard swimming pools in there.
They've got jacuzzis for all.
Karate, basketball tournaments. I mean, it doesn't look that big at this remove, and we're not getting the scale there. It's huge. No time for a dip just yet for the riders in the main peloton. Hot work for them. It's blazing sunshine here at the finish line as we await the arrival of the riders. Tell you the mercury has risen to similar numbers, sort of mid-late 20s. Probably is the best weather you get in this country, though, in terms of, that's why it makes it quite an attractive time of year for visitors from far and wide. One time to go, 160. They slightly extended the distance. They made a slight adjustment, added 2 kilometers to the distance, but 168 kilometers. So it's a little bit more than 100 miles of racing if from a part of the world that still measures distance in miles, as they do in the United Kingdom, where Brian is from, and the United States of America. Used to have miles in Italy as well, didn't they? Up until middle of the 20th century. Total kilometres in the world of cycling, though. Wilco Kelderman, supporter, 14th overall, 2 minutes and 5 seconds down. Best placed His Melissa bike rider, though, is young Jürgen Nordhagen. Fabulous performance on the climb on day 3. He sits in 9th place overall, just 1 minute and 13 seconds down on general classification. Very much in the hunt for a major result, the 21-year-old. Signed through in a long-term deal, starting his World Tour career this year, and starting with a bang, you'd have to say, with potential top 10 finish in a major World Tour stage race. He's with pretty good reputation, 5th overall in Tour of Guangxi as a development rider last year, so he's already got experience of World Tour opposition. So we get a look at the Arabian ranches. It's got a pretty good irrigation system there. Leafy green suburb aspect. So it's 4 against 3 at the moment. Conrad staying in there, and Lidl Trek are clearly very invested here. 3 teams showing an interest. How many other squads will come to the party? It was noticeable yesterday. What an injection of pace that Anton Sharmig was able to offer for the Uno X Pro Cycling squad, Uno X Mobility team, I should say. Anton Sharmig giving a great account of himself. Ultimately, Erland Blicker not able to infiltrate the top 10. But they'll reset and go again, and they have Tobias Holland as well to support just the outside of the top 10. 10th overall, 1 minute and 43 seconds down.
We've been told to keep an eye on Blicker today. Keep your eyes open, don't blink, because his mum and dad actually live in Dubai.
That's right, indeed. Been here for about 20 years. Practically a local. Erland Blicker. $500 villas grouped into 5 residential clusters down there. It's like a circuit board, doesn't it? $2,500 trees. Dillier continues to tap through as Gianni Moscon waits his turn. The 31-year-old Italian from Trento began his career with a bit of a bang, really, didn't he? Back in 2016 with Team Sky. So that team morphed into Ineos Grenadiers. He stayed with the team until the conclusion of 2021, then moving across to the Astana squad for a couple of years. A year with Soudal Quickstep in 2024. And now billeted with the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad. 2-year deal set to come to a conclusion at the end of this year, and Gianni Moscon, no doubt, will head towards the classics with some interest. He got the Tour de France on his program. Don't see the classics at the moment, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't show some interest in them, as in the past, being able third indeed in Il Lombardia back in 2017. Top results in one-day races in Italy. 4th in the World Championship road race back in 2018 as well. It's a significant result on his Palmares in Harrogate in Yorkshire in the rain. That's Pedersen's day of days. So supports the cold weather is the phrase, isn't it? But Johnny Moscone looks pretty good on a hot day too. Get a sense that they maybe just were closing that one up a little bit too much, and they've got to just maybe ease off the gas a little bit and give that breakaway a little bit more of an advantage. And the breakaway are going to get this one without having to push too hard for it, but then we're a long, long way from the finish line, and they're going to keep this one yo-yoing, but within a relatively small window.
Same situation as yesterday. In the middle of the stage, breakaways formed. You're not going to ride hard because you know that if you've got any chance whatsoever, you're going to have to ride super hard come the finish. And I'm talking about up to about 50 k's an hour. And to be able to do that, you really have to save as much energy as possible. So these guys aren't budging. The riders at the front are, bringing the gap down just over a minute now. So, but the thing is, sometimes they don't want to ease. They're just setting a rhythm at the front, and if they catch them, they catch them. We've seen it happen in the past. So it's a case of the breakaway, for the moment anyway, they're dictating the pace that they want to go at. Irrelevant of the time gap for the moment. So again, it's a situation we saw yesterday. But during the middle of the stage, it's the breakaway are determining the speed. So 4 teams riding at the front of the peloton. Lopez for Astana, Conrad and Gebrizabi for Lidl Trek, and Jan Hertz for RSN. Normally, there's a bit of a hierarchy. If you've done well in the sprints, or the sprints earlier in the race, then you will help out the chase. So for NSN, they had Ethan Vernon finishing second. So that's why Jan Hurt is riding. Malacherli, he was fourth in the first stage. He was up there yesterday as well in the stage, but I think having finished second in this stage last year, that's why they're riding. So no sign of Groupama for Matteo Milan. So for the GC contenders so far, we had one crash earlier on involving a couple of the sprinters, Casper Van Uden and Riley Pickerel. So 4 riders came down, but for the majority of the GC contenders so far, so good. It's a relatively easy day for them. Of course, tomorrow with Jebel Hafid, another big GC day. 3 GC days in this race. Time trial stage 2, Jebel Mobra stage 3. Tomorrow we have Jebel Hafid. We haven't had anything, any crosswinds as such. David Godou here for Groupama. And another rider, not too sure if he's on form at the moment, but another rider who was very capable, but Jebel Mobra didn't help him. A rider in the past that showed some great results and is very capable of riding a good GC here. I don't think he's quite on form. 319. So a rider that we've seen over many years come up with some really good results. Of course, last year wasn't taken to the Tour de France because he wasn't shown the results required. So in the mind of Sylvain Dillier is this next sprint. It comes at 80.6 kilometres to go to the finishing line. So if you're good at maths, you see there's just over 18 kilometres to go to that point. And then there will be a decision of what he does next, whether he continues with this breakaway. I still very much doubt with just over 1 minute. I don't think they have got any chance whatsoever of coming to the finish. So I think we might see the black jersey come back to the peloton.
If he does drop out of it, is that sort of is there any sort of vague sense that might be disrespectful to his breakaway companions? That with only 3 in the break, they really could do with him for as long as possible, and that, you know, all that effort of getting up the road is slightly negated. You know, if someone, I mean, tactically it would make sense for. Certainly makes sense for Sylvain Dillier. We've seen riders do it in the past, especially as he's already been in the break on a couple of occasions in this race, and he'll, you know, probably likely have to go in the break again just to rubber stamp that and secure that intermediate sprints classification jersey. But will it be a source of frustration for his breakaway companions if he does stop?
Of course it will, and it's, you know, you're every right to raise that point, but the counter argument is, I was up the road in stage 1, you weren't. You never made any effort. I was up the road in stage 3. Well, where were you? Sitting in the peloton. So I've been up the road pretty much all this race. What have you done? So if I'm deciding that I'm not going to continue with that, then so be it. So yeah, of course, you want him to stay there. You would encourage him to stay there. But at the end of the day, he's been up the roads almost kind of every day. So you really have to accept it.
Isaac Del Toro, pretty relaxed looking in the main body of the peloton in that green jersey, leader of the points competition. Potentially going to move out of the virtual lead of that competition in the, about 17 kilometres from now, when they reach that second sprint of the day. Double agenda for Sylvain Dillier. As he looks to copper fasten the black jersey, and were it to come with the potential for, if he scores the maximum today, he'll go into the virtual lead. Jonathan Milan could actually then overhaul at the finish line today. But were Dillier to go in the break again tomorrow, and indeed on the last day, then he could actually, target the green jersey. Would that then be a source of irritation and difficulty for the Lidl Trek squad?
Possibly. I think there's been a couple of races that I've covered in the past that has gone down to the final day. And one of them was Tirreno Adriatico, where Miko Maestri was because he was going up the road pretty much all the time, getting the sprints, taking the points, and you're getting kind of double bubble. Because normally you have a sprints competition, but they've decided here to add the points to the points classification. But, they have it in many other races, but I think if you got a sprints competition, just have the sprints competition. You can still have the bonuses, but it doesn't count towards the points classification, but it does. And in Tirreno Adriatico, the only person that could beat Mirko Maestri, who had not got 1 point whatsoever from a stage finish. All his points were from the breakaway. It came down to the last stage where the only person that could beat him was Peter Sagan, and that's if he won the stage. And of course, Peter Sagan won the stage and took it away from him. And then I found out a couple of months afterwards that he actually signed the jersey that he got and gave it to Miko Maestri as a bit of a gesture. So it's a nice gesture that happened. But yeah, look, you look at the competitions in a race, and you go for the competitions. But in some races, the points and the intermediate sprints go towards the points classification, but maybe not having 8 points, 8, 5, 3 and 1, maybe they have to look at it for the future, and maybe they will either just have 3, 2 and 1 or just have 5, 3 and 1, but 8 points is quite significant.
Yeah, some races will have a separate intermediate sprint for a sprints competition, and then another sprint for the bonus seconds for GC, and maybe offer some points towards the points class. I mean, it's different things for different races. And of course, ordinarily there would be some mountains for the breakaway riders to go for as well, a King of the Mountains competition, but that's not really something that they can contemplate here, because there are only 2 mountains, so generally speaking, whoever wins overall is likely to win that competition. Wouldn't be much of a contest.
Yeah, we don't really kind of help ourselves in cycling because every race is different. And then there's certain Tour de France stages where they offer up double points for the last mountain. And of course, the last mountain is normally where the GC contenders are kind of fighting it out. And it's not for the first time that the winner of Tour de France has actually won the King of the Mountains. So, yeah, that's separate competitions and races. But it gets very, very complicated. I remember going to Spain for the first time, and there's so many competitions. I think they had about 8 jerseys up for grabs, and they had Meta Volantes and Sprint Specials. They were 2 separate sprint competitions, and you had to kind of work out, where they were. This was before like computers and various other things. So it was a case of, right, you had maybe written down the town, you saw the town name, and you knew there was a sprint in that town, but what sprint was it? And yeah, it was hard to get all that information, and then add in King of the Mountains races in the past. So many competitions. Must be listening to us. But yeah, it was always very difficult. So in one or two races, they're only allowed 4 jerseys, 4 competitions now, but in other races in the past, there's so many competitions.
Altogether, greater technology available and included as well. The days before radios, the days before GPS, that's complicated as well. You had to have pretty good memory. Altogether, greater technology available and included as well. Giving us the live images from the peloton. Wayne Dool, I think it was, that was carrying that camera. A bit of the crowd out. The topography changes a little bit. Heads away from the urban sprawl, giving us the live images from the peloton to the sand dunes. The topography changes a little bit, heads away from the urban sprawl. We get there yet. To the sand dunes. West of Dubai. East of Dubai. East of Dubai, yeah. We'll get there yet. Miksikowski on the front, former Canadian champion, as you can see, for the Q36 Pinarello Q36.5 Pro Cycling Team. Bit of a mouthful. The arrival of Pinarello as title sponsor. Miksikowski on the front, former Canadian champion, as you can see, for the Q36 Pinarello. Nice jersey, hard to say. 5 Pro Cycling Team. Bit of a mouthful. To my eyes, Pinarello as title sponsor, and Miksikowski supplier as well. Useful ally. In addition to that squad, nice jersey players, I have to say, for that particular team. To my eyes, at any based teams, Miksikowski, very useful ally. In addition to that squad, since 2023, come across from Huma Parrot Health and Rally Cycling, heading towards opening week, actually, on with Canada. And down the peloton, no stress at the moment for the likes of Schwarzbacher from the EF Education Easy Post squad, or Alessandro Romale. Great performance from him on day one. He can back up and support Matteo Malicelli. Romale getting up for 5th, and a bit of a surprise performance, you would have to say. So they've got twin-pronged assault. Always kind of interesting when you get two teammates in the top 10, in the top 6 without getting the win, but that was quite an unusual finale, really. Difficult to predict, difficult to organise for, and a more conventional sprint to be fought out today. It'll be interesting to see whether this man Alessandro Romale will be able to assist. Looks like he's on bottle duty today, so
yeah, Peter Kenyock is in the car there, and it's just a case of, I think he asked anybody in the radio, do you want anything specific? Of course, he now has to go to the front of the peloton. We saw this earlier on in the race with Adam Yates getting bottles, and all his teammates were towards the front, and you have to make an effort now to go up to them, to service them. So, yeah, sometimes when somebody comes back to the car, the sports director just asks, look, so-and-so's in the car, do you require anything? And, put your order in.
Kenyock, the sporting director for the Astana squad. Manx, former professional racing star. Fine broadcaster in his own right, actually. He's sat in this position at this event in the past, and now he's the team director duties at the Astana squad. Inside 90 to go, and they've fed the rope out a little bit, out to just north of 1.5 minutes, albeit the pace of that peloton looks as if they've switched back on a little bit. The peloton look as if they're being ever mindful today. No risk strategy being employed by the Lidl Trek squad, the Astana team, NSN as well. Pretty fast day, by the way. The average speed of the first hour was 49.1 kilometers, or at least they covered 49.1 kilometers in the first hour of racing. So certainly weren't hanging around. That, of course, included what was a fairly extended and sustained push for the early break. That average speed will have been pared back a little bit, but not by that much. It's set to be a fast day. Final hour of racing, of course, will include the wind-up for the final finishing kick into Hamdan Smart University, Dubai.
Is it one of these universities you have to be smart?
It in itself is a very clever university. It's all about e-learning in actual fact, the smart aspect of that. UAE's first smart university, pioneering e-learning. It's helping to shape national accreditation standards for online education and offering a blended learning model combining face-to-face, online and self-paced study. Sounds like the one to me, or the one for me, I think. Self-paced studying sounds just about right. Zukowski, overall winner of the GP Cyclistes Saguenay in 2019, and plenty of good results in North America. The second in the Maryland Classic in 2022. Third overall in the Tour of the Gila in 2019. Tour de Beauce podium as well. No significant results in international competition apart from a fourth in the Vuelta a Castilla y León in 2021. So approaching the second sprint of the day. Not likely to be a contest, but you never know. It's been a busy week so far. The first stage, shortest road racing stage of the week, just 118 kilometers. The Bin Hamouda Auto stage. We got a good sight of the cavalcade of cars supplied by Bin Hamouda Auto. Just there, and what a fabulous crescendo conclusion it was at the Liwa Palace with Isaac Del Toro just fending off the Dutch sprint star Case Ball to take the win. Antonio Tiberi find third place, just signaling the top form from the Italian, and Matteo Malicelli fourth across the line. On that occasion, day two, the Breitling individual time trial stage at Al Hudayriyat Island. Now traditional 12.2 kilometer assault, and it proved a happy hunting ground for the world time trial champion Remco Evenepoel. His personal fastest ever time trial at 56 and a bit kilometers per hour. He's fending off last year's winner of the same event, same time stage, Josh Tarling, by the scant margin of 5.46 seconds. Remy Cavagna third on that occasion, Ethan Hayter fourth. Changed the character of the general classification with Remco Evenepoel moving into the red jersey, and the man on screen might have hoped he would keep it on stage three, but wasn't to be, as they raced around the Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority stage and up to the imposing climb of Jebel Mobda, where Remco Evenepoel suffered debilitating leg cramps and wasn't really able to give a proper account of his abilities. So he handed over the jersey to the man who took the stage, Antonio Tiberi. Fine performance from him, just his third victory as a professional, but what a key one, as he put Isaac Del Toro behind him by 15 seconds. Leonard van Eetvelt almost half a minute back. Harold Tejada fourth on the stage and over 40 seconds in arrears. It pushed Tiberi into the overall race leadership by 21 seconds from Isaac Del Toro. That's the situation that currently prevails in actual fact. Harold Tejada in third, Leonard van Eetvelt just 7 seconds behind Tejada, and within a shout of the podium. And no change in GC in yesterday's fourth stage, when Jonathan Milan, after crashing on day one, was able to right that wrong, if it were, on the Palms Sports stage, as he missed around 4 hours of competition to take the glory ahead of Ethan Vernon and his brother Mathieu Milan. In third place, Gerben Tyson fourth. Antonio Taberi hanging on to the red jersey into today's fifth stage, 168-kilometer Dubai stage, which is playing out as anticipated. At least it is so far. This breakaway group working hard. Nick Sukowski, Gianni Moscon and Sylvain Dillier managing to launch clear. They had a bit of company for a while, but paired back to just 3 riders. That peloton now starting to spread wide across the road. Plenty of room being given by the Lidl Trek squad, but a signal by the shape of that peloton that perhaps the wind at this point is a little bit of a factor. Just as I say it, they go back into more of a line-out scenario, but just for a moment it seemed as if a bit of an echelon. Patrick Conrad head down on the front for the Lidl Trek squad to see can Jonathan Milan double up today. And a signal of the intent of the NSN squad that they've put the entire squad just behind the riders that are doing the riding on the front. A couple of Astanas in there as well. And then the NSNs ahead of Bahrain Victorious, who haven't been seen all day. So they're getting maximum shelter for Antonio Taberi. That makes sense. Lidl Trek as well. Jonathan Milan, not too close to the front. And instead, it's the likes of NSN parading at the front or close to the head of the peloton with Ethan Vernon trying to go one better than yesterday's fine performance. 29 degrees Celsius, and that's going to feel even heavier than that. The wind, as you can see, has picked up as we've raced away from the coast. It's now approaching 20 kilometers per hour. It's kind of the numbers at which point it can potentially play a bit of a role. But is there a stretch of tarmac long enough in a crosswind scenario really to tempt the riders into creating splits and trying to put some of those GC riders and maybe even 1 or 2 sprinters under pressure? I think it's probably no.
I think so. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see the wind playing any factor. I'm not too sure anybody would want to take advantage, and that's what you look at. It, you know, what do you want to get out of today? What do you want to invest in? And all these teams, that's what they do. They look at all scenarios, and I think for the GC contenders, safety comes to mind. For the sprinters, again, they want their sprinter to sprint come the end. So there seems to be a lot of kind of happy teams for the moment. A few teams playing with each other. I just saw one of the Modern Adventure riders just tap someone on the right-hand side who was on the left, expecting them to look round to the right, and then you're on the left. Haha.
What? Hilarious, Jay.
Yeah, but there's all sorts of shenanigans going on in bike racing when I'm not saying the riders get bored, but they just want to try and keep entertained. But yeah, unfortunately, the wind not blowing. You can see the trees at the side of the road now. They're not really blowing. So I cannot see the wind having any factor at all in this stage.
Probably good news for these guys in trying to stay out front for as long as possible, because their advantage less than a minute and a half. Were there to be any little bit of shenanigans behind, that would quickly be eroded. Meanwhile, let's focus on this second intermediate sprint, second and final intermediate sprint of the afternoon, as Sylvain Dillier takes position in the front ahead of Gianni Moscon and Nick Sukowski, and that's precisely the order at which they cross the line at the first sprint of the day. So maximum haul for Sylvain Dillier. Job done for him. Objective achieved. Johnny Moscon now moves up into, I think, joint third place in that competition with his 5 points. And each of the 2 sprints today. Sikowski third across the line. The next big question is, will it be Emmanuel Zabir to lead the bunch behind? That would replicate the top 4 from
just watch delay because he put in a bit of a turn there. He turned around and said something to Moss. Gone. He's saying something to Sikowski. I think he has to be tempted just to let these guys go, but for the moment anyway, he's staying with them. So thankfully for Moscon and Sikowski, he seems to be wanting to continue here, but with a minute and a half, just inside 80 kilometres to go, it's a huge ask for those 3 to try and kind of stay away.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, that languid style, relatively low cadence effort from Emmanuel Gebrek Zabir would suggest that it's a cafe ride, but they're riding along at 48 kilometers an hour. And it's not a tailwind, it's more coming across them at the moment. So it gives you a sense of just the ability of these riders, that they can field routine and chat away in the bunch, but they are making an effort, but they just have that diesel ability, don't they, to generate huge watts of what is very much a below threshold effort. It is extraordinary. They are so well honed and so well trained. It looks as if, although we didn't get a sight of it, but that Gebrek Zabir was going to take that final point on offer. And I think we don't want to miss a sight of the UAE equivalent of whatever squadron that is. The UAE colours, nicely organised. Billowing smoke trails, painting a delicious, colourful tribute to the national colours. I mean, so many riders looking up, and they really do. I mean, they'd like to take this in, but just have to moments inattention, and it's so easy just to touch a wheel or two. So they'd be glancing up, glancing down.
It was a nice sight, wasn't it? As we saw the Al Fursan, meaning the Knights in Arabic. So it's the equivalent of the UE Red Arrows.
We're heading to the weekend on day 5 of the only World Tour race for men in the Middle East. It is the UAE Tour, and it is the 8th edition of this event. The 5th stage of racing, another one billed potentially for the sprinters as we head in and around Dubai, all the way to Hamdan Smart University today. Yesterday certainly was one for the sprinters. Eventually, quite the scrap for the early break. Fascinating day in prospect. Antonio Taberri looking after that red jersey. Glory for Jonathan Milan. Good day for the Milan brothers, 1-3, and Ethan Vernon in second place. Let's pick up the highlights of a tough day and a hilly roads in the UAE as riders try to stay in contention. Antonio Taberri looking after that red jersey, and the breakaway almost survived.
It's Fabio, I think. Fabio, are you okay? As soon as we get you to the finish, we'll get you in the first aid, okay? We can take a proper look at you with the doctor. Fabio, you didn't hit your head, no? You sure? I made a big slide. All right.
Celebrations all round for the Lidl Trek squad. Objective achieved. They've got their stage victory so far this week. They'll see if they can double up and do it again today on the 5th stage as we head out of Al Mamzar Park in Dubai on the coastline and head around the urban sprawl for a while. And so we've got 2 intermediate sprints along the way. The Al Maidan race course, and then head out into the desert expanses and the wonderful facility that is the Al Qudra cycle track for our 2nd intermediate sprint of the day, crisscrossing the desert by degrees, making our way back towards the Dubai Hamdan Smart University. Out and back, and plenty of changes of direction, but long sweeping expanses. If the wind blows, potential for a little bit of crosswind action. Forecast not really suggesting it. Complicated final kilometre, but it's one that's familiar to the riders, and many of them at any rate from last year's introduction into this race. That's the profile, altogether less choppy than yesterday's fair, pretty much pan flat. One for the sprinters, that's the expectation at any rate, and this scene at Dubai Mamzar Park earlier on today. well-loved destination for relaxation and outdoor enjoyment. Residents and visitors alike, and those visitors including 21 teams, 143 riders, and Antonio Taveri, the overall race leader, trying to stay cool, calm and collected ahead of this event and this particular stage. Another opportunity for the sprinters, less of an opportunity for the GC contenders. Isaac Del Toro, Remco Evenepoel and others. Popular with the fans as Jonathan Milan gets himself rebandaged to gun for glory again, showing no ill effects of his efforts on or his crash on day one, and able to perform with great distinction. What a performance from the brothers too, as well as Milan.
Ireland, Ryan Mullen.
Ethan Vernon as well, fine second place finish for him yesterday. For the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, what plans have they got ahead of tomorrow's final mountain assault on Jebel Hafid?
A fantastic climber. Winner,
Balotelli looking altogether
really
less relaxed and more focused and purposeful.
Stage winner in the Tour of Poland, Gerben Thijs van Etveld.
Van Eetveld's looking forward to staying out of trouble on this sprint stage and looking forward towards the climb tomorrow. Isaac Del Toro similarly, leader of the points classification.
He won that race overall. Tour de France from Austria.
What a day for the Milan brothers as Jonathan led them home, but Mathieu Milan making a name for himself in third place. We caught up with him ahead of today.
I was at top 3 with your brother.
Was fun. Was amazing day. I'm really glad from the team who really support me and really believe in me. And in the end, I find myself with my brother. I try to compete against him, and was a good top 3. And we're gonna do again today a big sprint.
Is it a major task for you today to make sure that your younger brother doesn't beat you?
Let's say, yesterday he did a really nice job, and I have to say I was happy for his third place. First, as I was saying, first in the end, the real sprint. I'm really happy to see him there. Today again, we will try to do a nice bunch sprint. We already did this finish last year, so we know more or less. We remember also the finish line. Yeah, hopefully it will not be that close like yesterday.
What is the key for winning in this finale? Because you know it.
Yeah, my tactics is always the same. Take the wheel of Milan and try to pass him in the last 100 meters. But I have a really strong team, so we have also another tactic in our heads, so we can do something different. We will see what happened during the race and also during the last 20 final K, because probably there is a lot of wind.
Having lived in Dubai before, do you feel that you are the local rider today?
Yeah, maybe I am. I used to live here from 2004, 2005 when I was a kid. So I went to school here, and coming back is exciting.
Is the Dubai stage your favorite stage in the UAE Tour?
Yeah, I think so. This is a nice stage for me. I think it really suits my sprinting type, and really fast final again today. So hopefully we can get up there and have a good sprint and just show what we can do as a team.
You were fourth last year. What do you make of last year's sprint ahead of today's?
Oh, super important, these last 2 corners. It's super high speed, and I think last year, there was also a few crashes in the final, so it's really dangerous. So hopefully we can get in front and be able to, use that last straight to throw me into the sprint and hopefully throw the hands in the air.
It's the plan, isn't it? Welsford's Balotelli and Jonathan Milan all in the top 4 of last year's equivalent stage as we head towards Dubai Hamdan Smart University. These the scenes, the images from the start earlier on today. It was quite a kick-off. I tell you what, it went on for a while. Even Remco Evenepoel getting involved in the early attacking with the objective of making sure that Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rider was involved in the early move. 4 riders clear of the field in the early stages. That was paired back to 3 as they made their way to the first intermediate sprint of the afternoon. It was none other than Sylvain Dillier. Worked hard to get into the move, did the needful, and led the breakaway group across the line at both of the intermediate sprints. We've had both of them at this point, and he's got the maximum haul of 16 points. Now, not just a commanding position and perhaps a winning one in the intermediate sprints competition, but also has moved up into a virtual lead of the points classification for that green jersey. So needs an impressive performance from Jonathan Milan if he's going to wrest that from the shoulders of Sylvain Dillier a little bit later on this afternoon. It seems destined, though, to pass from the man who's wearing it at the moment in the main peloton, Isaac Del Toro. He won't mind that. He's thinking more about the overall and about tomorrow's mountain climb. Maximum lead of over 2 minutes, about 2 minutes 20 seconds for this group of 3 riders. That was pared back to around about a minute at one stage, and then they got going again, and they've managed to sort of open it up to about a minute and a half, but they've not been given too much of an advantage. Nick Sikowski here for the Pinarello Q36.5 Pro Cycling team, joined by the intermediate sprints classification leader Sylvain Dillier from the Alpecin Premier Tech squad, and Gianni Moscon from the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, the Italian near veteran now. He's over 30 years of age, but 31, isn't he? Gianni Moscon has raced into this group as well. It's a powerful combination. Just 3 riders, but they've worked very hard for this one, and they're trying to save a little bit for the back end as well. Dillier is staying in the fight as well as we approach the final 67 kilometers of the day. The Lidl Trek squad, unsurprisingly, after their stunning performance in the sprint yesterday, they're going to try and create another scenario where Jonathan Milan can gun for glory. They left it late yesterday, didn't they? The breakaway only overhauled inside the final 250 meters of a long, long day of racing. That was all fine and dandy for Antonio Taberi. He was less concerned about that, stayed out of trouble, and has stayed into the overall race lead. 21-second advantage. That's the same lead that he opened up on stage 3. Harold Tejada, Leonard Van Eetveld, Luke Plapp, all making their way safely through to the conclusion yesterday. They will think about the battle to come on Jebel Hafid on tomorrow's penultimate stage. He's nestling in the wheels of his Bahrain victorious teammates as the sprint squads up front with Patrick Conrad, Lidl Trek, and the Astana squads, NSN, all performing with great distinction in the sprint yesterday, and all invested in keeping this group to account, and alongside running the rule over the riders throughout the day. Looking forward to this finale, and maybe, just maybe, the potential for a little bit of excitement in the crosswinds is Brian Smith and Isaac Del Toro. Cruising along in the wheels, looks relatively untroubled at the moment. Boiling up nicely for the anticipated bunch kick today, but plenty of racing action to unfold over the next hour and a half.
Yeah, there's a good fight earlier on today to get in the breakaway. Just seeing the points classification at the moment, as Declan's already said, Dillier taking that for the moment anyway, before the the sprint points will be awarded on the finishing line. But yeah, we saw a good fight for many teams. I think the most animated team was Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. They desperately wanted to get in the breakaway today, and they got someone in there. Modern Adventure did get someone in there of Ezra Cordell, but he backed out of it earlier on. This man, well, we thought, would he stay in? And I think from where he's riding in this race, I think Sylvain Dillier is really preparing for the classics. He wants to get something out this race. He has got the black jersey, he's a sprinter. He is leading the points jersey. I think that will change come the finish, but it is going to be a very interesting sprint finish. I don't think it's going to be as interesting as yesterday when the breakaway was caught within sight of the finish, but it's certainly going to throw up a few conundrums for teams. Just listening to some of those interviews there, Malacelli saying, yeah, just grab the wheel of Milan and try and sprint past them. I know he's done it already.
He said they have another plan, though. But do you believe him?
The
or
other
is
plan
that
has to lead. They have to lead out. They have to take it from the front and force Jonathan Milan to come past them. That's what I think. And you hear from Sam Welsford, if Finnish Grenadiers do what they did in stage 1, I think he's got a great chance.
Yeah, Sam Welsford, as we've heard, was 4th last year. Jonathan Milan 3rd. Malacelli bested Milan on that occasion, but frustratingly for him, Tim Merlier was just a little bit too good. It's a great opportunity for Malacelli to add to his season tally after victory on a stage of the recent Alula Tour in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Sylvain Dillier has done what he can. He won't be involved in the final bunch kick unless they somehow manage to hold off and fend off the main peloton and contest for glory. That's unlikely, but they're going to they need to be ever vigilant, don't they? After the breakaway, surviving through to the final 250 metres yesterday, they left it late to say the least. At least Remco Evenepoel looking cool, calm and collected. Tried a little attack at the very beginning of the day, I think as much as anything, just to sort of kick it all off and try and create a scenario for a sort of a counter-attacking effort from one of his teammates. Ultimately, that's how it played out. Average speed after 2 hours of racing, I can tell you, is north of 47 kilometres an hour. That's set to just get faster and faster, particularly in that final hour, which isn't that far away, actually, at the rate of progress that these riders get across this flat tarmac. And for what it's worth, actually, Jonathan Milan has to finish in the top three, or Sylvain Dillier will actually be in the lead of the points classification as well as the intermediate sprints classification at the end of the day.
Yeah, interesting. But at the front of the peloton, you get Lopez for Astana, Jan Hurt for NSN, and the duo from Lido Trek, who pretty much rode yesterday all day, Gebri Zabier and Conrad. So 4 riders against the 3 in front, and they have done a terrific job. They've held disadvantage to, the maximum was 2 minutes and 17, but over the last 20-30 kilometres, it's not really gone over a minute and a half. So there's a lot of GC contenders in here thinking about tomorrow. Sprinters obviously thinking about today. How can they beat Jonathan Milan? Well, in last year's sprint, if we get down to places, Merley won it. It was his first stage win of last year's UAE Tour. He was beaten in the first sprint. He bounced back. And Malacelli was second. Jonathan Milan was the third. And Sam Welsford was in fourth place. It was a bit of a messy sprint, if memory serves me right. There's a little bit of kind of dive bombing. Mies came into the corner, the last corner. First came out with a bit of a gap and decided to put his head down, and it was kind of all over the place. Jonathan Milan only finished third in that stage, very, very disappointed in the end. So I think really it comes down to kind of leading into that final corner, making sure you stay out of trouble. And if any Grenadiers do anywhere close to what they did in stage one, okay, Welsford didn't have the legs to finish it off, and a very difficult uphill finish. If they do that, then they're in with a chance. Yesterday's sprint was just so messy. No one got it right. It's just Milan got himself in the right place. Ethan Vernon, when he was banging the bars, unhappy about it. They want to go again. I think Ethan Vernon looked pretty good yesterday. Malacelli, well, if Saritza had maybe given him a little bit more room in the inside, he might not kind of lock shoulders with Milesi, who was in the original breakaway of the day coming into the finish. But I would say Malacelli looks quite good. But they have to beat Milan, and I think that's prime real estate on Milan's wheel. I don't think they go for that. I think they have to kind of take it on themselves.
It's in some ways that's to the advantage of Jonathan Milan. If everyone's scrapping behind trying to get his wheel, at least he has a camera run to the finish. If
it was over 1,800 watts in that sprint yesterday.
Over 1,800, and it was 1470 for the final 14 seconds. So almost 15 seconds at almost 1,500 watts. That's the key number, isn't it? It's remarkable. I mean, by way of contrast, actually, when Isaac Del Toro took victory on day one, his maximum snap, his maximum watts was 1,070, and he held 932, I think it was, just north of 900 watts for the final 15 seconds. So, I mean, completely, vastly different numbers, hugely different athletes. That was a ramp up to the finish, worked out perfectly for Del Toro, and he got the victory. It was more for the sprinters yesterday, wasn't it? And those numbers are absolutely awesome to behold, and we're going to see something similar. Whoever it is prevails to take the victory today, always assuming, as I say, that they haul back that breakaway group, and they'll certainly want to do that. The EF Education Easy Post squad for Mattis Mikkels, their companion, who's just a little bit in front of Georg Steinhauser yesterday, one of the superstars of that breakaway. They must have started to think that just maybe in that final kilometre or so. That's going to be popular, isn't it?
Yeah, youngest team there, averaging 23 years of age. Lido, the oldest team at 31 on average, but Steinhauser was very strong yesterday. Mattis Mikkels, the Estonian champion, his best place in this year's race, I think, is around about 15th place. He's not really shown that well. It's a pity. A couple of years ago, he was a good third place in the European Championships. But, you know, today's another day. If they can try and get it right, who knows? But, you know, he is up against it because I think Milan is the man to beat. I think two riders that I think have shown that are capable of beating him is Malicelli and Ethan Vernon.
Yeah, 15th on day one for Mattis Mikkels. Best he could achieve. Didn't manage to get into the mix yesterday. Reset, go again. Have another chance on Sunday, of course, after tomorrow's final GC appointment. Nice onboard images from Mathieu Catania, who's one of the recent arrivals at the Red Bull Border Hansgrohe squad. Remco Evenepoel, his former teammate, of course, at the Sudal Quick-Step squad. Catania now billeted with the Red Bull Border Hansgrohe squad. So familiar figure, and no doubt Remco Evenepoel had a little bit of a say in that one. And it's great to have this onboard representation of what it's like to cruise along at 50 kilometers an hour in pursuit of the breakaway riders. It was 47.9 kilometers an hour actually is the average speed after 2 hours of racing. And as I say, only likely to get a little bit quicker potentially. It's going to be a fast one today. Wind's picking up there, definitely across the riders at the moment, but is it enough to create splits? And to a certain extent, there are so many teams in there that don't necessarily want crosswind action. I can only really think of someone like Remco Evenepoel. Maybe you can think of others that might see an advantage in it, but so many teams have come with a strong sprinter, and the GC riders really don't need too much of a headachy day. But so, I mean, what squads would be interested in trying to cut up rough and create a few splits in there?
I think there's a few. You know, we've seen it happen in the past in this race, in the run in towards the finish. We've seen some crosswinds, but unfortunately, Declan, not in today's stage because, you know, we're heading back into Dubai and we've got a lot of kind of buildings and shelter and things like that. So we need the open space. And unfortunately, today's stage doesn't give us that. And I don't think anybody's going to take advantage of it. You know, everybody's thinking about, especially the GC guys tomorrow, and they want to play this one safe. All the sprinters want to look after their sprint. The other team sprinters want to look after the sprinter. So I think this has got sprint written all over it. And I don't think the wind will play any part whatsoever in today's stage.
Okay, we'll not focus too much on that and hope it happens anyway.
Yeah.
Fans from other nations also here to cheer on their heroes, and plenty of Aussies indeed in that bunch today. Nice smooth redistribution of a beat on there. Kolse Shangizi, the Danish rider with the Tudor Pro Cycling team, who have
it's a typical Danish name, isn't
it? Yeah. Fardevo is sprinting very well.
There you go. We're a few days late. It's not Valentine's Day.
Yes, the old Love Hearts. The Love Lake. Do love a lake around here. Everyone loves a lake in the desert, don't they?
We only have one lake in Scotland.
Only one lake in Scotland.
Yeah, that's Loch Ness. We only have one lake. It's Lake of Menteith, just north of Glasgow. Every other
lake is a loch.
Massive body, massive water is a loch.
Yeah, so what's the Scots Gaelic name for lake?
Just lake. So we have lochs and one lake. So this is a Love Heart Lake.
And indeed is the Love Heart Lake. So you can explore nature there. In the Al Qudra Oasis. Picnics and barbecues popular thereabouts by times. No time for stopping for picnics or barbecues, even if you are a picnic post NL today, because they'll press on all the way home from here. This breakaway group. And we did speculate that Sylvain Dillier, the man at the back of the group here in that intermediate sprints classification jersey, might be minded to pull out of the breakaway, the second and final intermediate sprint coming fully 80 kilometers from the line, that he might just think, well, I've got the job done. But no, he's honouring the sport, honouring his investment, really. And despite the fact that it's his third day in the break from the 4 road racing stages, so maximum almost maximum appearance in these early day breakaways. Well, Dillier is staying in there and just believing that you'd never know. He's probably sort of a part of him is thinking that the break got to within 250 meters of the line yesterday, so you know lightning can possibly strike twice, or even that they will one day survive. It does happen occasionally, and why not try? You have to try, as they say.
Nobody took anything there from the side of the road from their staff members.
What does that tell you?
They're all fed and watered from the car. That's courtesy of the team cars behind. So as soon as you put your hand up, you're giving up a bottle or a bidon. So you'll see more and more from the riders from the peloton taken, because it's a bit of an effort going all the way back to the cars and then bringing it up to the front again. So you'll see a few more riders taking these musettes and bottles from the peloton.
The Al Qudra cycle track, as you can see to your right-hand side, beautiful facility for local leisure bike riders. A few of whom are out close to this feed zone just to see what sort of swag they can possibly claim. It's a blizzard of bidons and gel wrappers.
Yeah, it's dangerous on the road. You hit a bidon, a full bidon, you'll hit the deck. So you have to be very aware. There's two there, look.
And yet you also have to be aware that if you make a huge sort of adjustment to try and avoid a bidon, that potentially can lead to a ripple effect and cause crashes behind. So it's a subtle art, isn't it, of not panicking and not overreacting to situations that present themselves out on the road. That's what road racers learn, isn't it? Quite early on is the not reacting as much as reacting, is how to react to exactly the correct amount. And there's always one or two leisure bike riders out to see can they test themselves against the peloton. And, well, that's absolutely fabulous, but can you do it for 4 hours?
Needs to put your saddle up. It needs a longer stem.
You're doing a little bit of an impromptu bike fit here.
Although he's riding not too bad.
Yeah, it looks good, yeah, I have to say. Sits a bit higher than your average pro, but looks good for an amateur. Clearly can generate a few watts. Albeit, as we said, doing that for 4 hours and then doing it 7 days in a row and then going off to another race after that, that's when it separates the wheat from the chaff. We saw this a couple of weeks ago, actually, and there were Astana pros, weren't there, prepping for the men's tour, who are actually sort of riding along on the cycle track and watching the women's race unfolding, and the breakaway riders trying to fend off the main peloton. Meanwhile, in the main peloton, everyone's trying to stay cool, calm, and collected. Mattia Milan has got a little bit of extra attention. He's a young rider up in the World Tour for the first time this season. What a family DNA they have in terms of fast twitch muscle fibers. An amazing ability to generate power. Great third place finish. First year pro, first World Tour event, and already podium finish. Can he go one, maybe two places better today? Down the back of the main peloton, the Modern Adventure Pro cycling team have Ezra Cowdell, who was in that early break. Interesting decision, actually, from Ezra Cowdell, young American rider, youngest rider in the race at just 19 years of age. But actually sort of having got himself into the break, deciding to pull out of the breakaway. And interesting to hear that, what their thinking was and why he would have elected to pull out of the move.
It's a strange one, and maybe something that we're going to have to ask George Hincapie about, because to get in a breakaway, I remember when I turned pro, just to get yourself in a breakaway in a big race like this was something to behold, and to back out of it, maybe they thought, well, it's going to be maybe a difficult day for them. Maybe just sit in the peloton, they've got to look after Riley Pickerel, and maybe too much for them. You don't want to kind of go too deep. And the riders that were there were super strong, but it's not usual that if you get yourself in a breakaway, that you back out of it like he did. But you know, they're riding, or they're trying to ride as if they're a world tour team. The new kids on the block, second division team, American team, trying to fight for what they can get. And I just thought it was great they actually made it, because there's a lot of teams who are trying to get themselves in that breakaway and failed. They got themselves there and decided to back out.
Isaac Del Toro staying safe in the main peloton at the moment. He's got his UAE Team Emirates squad crowded around him, including Juan Sebastian Milano, former stage winner in this event. Will he be able to put himself into prime position for a good result today? Well, is it a good start to the year as well? Catania looking back from the onboard Rebel Bora Hansgrohe rider to protect Remco Evenepoel, coming this week without an established sprinter. So interesting scenario, all in for the GC. No total focus, but now with Remco Evenepoel in what you'd have to say is a difficult situation, and presumably at this point it's going to be very, very difficult for him to contend for the overall stage victory. Still on the cards tomorrow as well, of course, in Jebel Hafid, and we can talk a little bit about that Jebel Hafid and what's awaiting and how it's informing how the riders are riding today as well. But another opportunity for the climbers coming tomorrow. Is it potentially an opportunity for Remco Evenepoel to right the wrong, as he might see it, of his sort of near collapse really on the Jebel Mobra a couple of days ago? Frustrating. Reset, go again. Not a disaster at this point in the season, but just a little bit of a worry really for Remco Evenepoel, that he picked up those cramps and the muscles weren't able to respond as he would have liked.
Yeah, we can touch on that. I don't think he'll be able to right the wrong, because he came here to win the race, and I don't think he's too far back now, I think, to get and looking at possibly, you know, the wind directions and the strength of the winds, he's going to need that. If he wants to win this race over the next couple of days, he's going to need cross winds. He's going to have to get in the first echelon and put time. I don't think he's going to get that. But it was interesting. I don't know if you saw that, Declan, that the night before, his air conditioning in his room apparently wasn't working. And I find that difficult. I think maybe, you know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, the mentality of Evenepoel. Was he overconfident? Was he just thinking, well, okay, the air conditioner isn't working, it doesn't really matter, I'll just, you know, crack on. And it's all these wee things that you take your eye off the ball and think, well, it won't matter. Well, of course it does.
It's remarkable that he didn't change room, if possible, in the hotel. Maybe.
Exactly, 100%. I would, if my AC wasn't working, even now, I'd go down
to be down. Yeah,
I'd go down. It's the same with, you know, we come here, go into a hotel, and both of us are the same when it comes to smoking. They have smoking rooms, so you go in there and I say, I don't want it, I'll change it straight away. Go in there, AC not working, I'd go down straight away and try and sort something out. But he was like, yeah, maybe overconfident, maybe, you know, he thinks that, you know, the form he's got this year, he can come here and do it. I think there's a few things he didn't do. I think he became a little bit complacent when it came down to his hydration. You know, obviously he would have been sweating a little bit more overnight if he didn't have the AC here, because it is quite warm, although it does cool down at night. I think a couple of nights ago my AC wasn't working great, but you know, I had to kind of kick off the covers but I'm not racing a bike.
It's not quite as critical, yeah.
I'm not racing a bike like he has, and it's essential that they have this. And you know, I just think he was overconfident. He's coming here. He is a favourite, and they'll be able to, you know, ride away with this race. And he hasn't. A little bit sulk yesterday, although he did spend time with the press before the stage yesterday. So he is given a little bit of time. So I just think that overconfident, not looking at the small things. And it's all the small things that work. If you put all the small things together and keep focused on the job, and he came here to win this race, there's no doubt about it. You look at, they never brought a sprinter, they brought a team here to help him win the race. They didn't actually bring anybody of note when it comes to the climbs. So they thought, like, when Evenepoel gets on the climbs, there's only 2 climbs here, he just got away and ride away from them. So I think tomorrow he'll want to right a few wrongs, not the big wrong, but right a few wrongs and try and win the stage. This looks spectacular.
Yeah, isn't that extraordinary? Yeah, 7 wins already this year for Remco Evenepoel, including stage 2 time trial success. So not exactly a panic station scenario, but still a little bit of frustration. Get a look at the solar park.
The thing is, he could
largest
play
single-site solar park in the world, based on the independent power producer.
He's going to play a big part tomorrow, and he could play a part in the general classification. You know, if he's going to try and win the stage, and you know I think Del Toro might need the bonuses come the end, and even if he gets in between Tiberi and Del Toro, he could play a significant part in the outcome of who wins this race tomorrow. Because there's only 21 seconds between Del Toro and Tiberi.
Yeah, tomorrow's stage, of course, is the now traditional assault out of Al Ain Museum and then heading to Jebel Hafid, 168 kilometers in total. But that final 10.8 kilometer climb is at an average of 6.6%, including, you know, a 7 kilometer chunk at 8%, and it's a much steadier climb. It's by no means easy. It is a really, really tough, and it is, of course, the famous hill, the most famous hill in this part of the world. But it's a steadier hill than Jebel Mobra, maybe just more suited to Remco Evenepoel's talents as well. And is it a climb that will be able to force the separation, force the gaps between them? Will Isaac Del Toro be able to put the required number of seconds between himself and Antonio Tiberi? Will Tiberi be able to defend? It's going to be a fascinating prospect. But as you say, if you add in Remco Evenepoel on a good day, or maybe one or two of the other riders like Tejada, Van Eetvelt et al., well, it's a delicious and mouth-watering prospect.
We only have to look a couple of years back when Brandon McNulty was there and, you know, had Jebel Hafid and then collapsed. And you never know how Tiberi is. He looked super the other day. If he carries that form, then great. But then 21 seconds, if Del Toro wins the stage and Tiberi doesn't get in the top 3, he only really needs 11 seconds. So I don't think you're going to get over 30 seconds in that climb. It's going to be a tight one. It's going to be tough for Del Toro to take this overall title, but he's going to give it a good go. There's a little bit of pressure on him because it's the home race for his team, and I'm looking forward to it. But just as much as I'm looking forward to the sprint finish today, yesterday was very chaotic. Now Milan's got his win. Let's see what the others can do, because I don't think any lead-out train got it right yesterday.
Yeah, and it's a complicated finale, as we've heard from Brian, indeed from the sprint stars. That it is one of those ones where you can have a little bit of separation. We'll talk about it again as we get a little bit closer, but suffice it to say, it does have a series of bends inside the final kilometre. The final right-hander coming about 550 metres from the finish line. There's a sort of bend around to the right, and then the flat-out blast is of about, 450 metres straight. So that's those final 2 right-handers, one coming at about 1,200 metres, and then the second of those coming with 550 metres from the line. They are going to be challenging and complicated, and often they tempt a rider into a very, very early sprint or a very late attack, depending on how you want to think about it. That's something that we saw in the women's race here a couple of weeks ago. Lorena Wiebes, the outstanding star of world sprinting, managed to fix that problem and come through for what was ultimately an emphatic win. Going to be and something similar last year, wasn't it, with Tim Merlier, that he managed to just to recover a situation, and we'll see whether Jonathan Milan, who since finishing third place and with the stage win, of course, last year, he's kind of blossomed, hasn't he? He's gone to a new place and he's become at least the equal, I would suggest, of Tim Merlier and Jasper Philipsen as the preeminent forces in world sprinting. So he is the man everyone wants to beat. We'll see whether he can, and his team can, put it all together nicely. Antonio Tiberi looking pretty relaxed and hunkering low over the bars, maximum shelter, but looks flexible and looks fit and relaxed. Doesn't look too fatigued there. Looks as if he's been able to manage and support his his body through this stage without too much difficulty to this point, despite the fact that we do have an average speed of 48 kilometers an hour. It's a quick one today.
It's a big one for him. This is massive for him. He doesn't win many bike races. He's a quality bike rider. But at the end of the day, leading a race like this, a World Tour race for Bahrain victorious, and obviously they're not, that country's not that far away from this part of the world, and this is absolutely huge for them to come out. And he's always been a man that's there and thereabouts, but very kind of rarely delivered the top spot, and that was a huge win for him the other day. And they're now in the box seat to win this overall.
First victory in for the season for the Bahrain Victoria squad a couple of days ago, and for Antonio Tiberi it was a third career success, going with the overall victory in the Tour de Luxembourg a couple of years ago, albeit that one he didn't actually defend the lead at any stage, took it on the final stage. So yesterday was the first time that he's defended a leader's jersey. He'll have to do it again today and of course tomorrow, at the end of which we'll have a better idea whether he's going to take a first World Tour stage race success. That'll be another major step up for Tiberi in his career. He has contended in Grand Tours, of course, in the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago, and we sense that he is a developing talent and can be a name to conjure with in the big 3-week tours in years to come.
Yeah, he lost out last year in the Giro d'Italia. There was a crash in the Slovenian stage, and he got caught behind, and they brought the whole team back to try and kind of salvage something. So, and then he never really recovered from his injuries there. So nice to see him back in top form and leading this race.
Tiberi has his team lined around him, and Rune Herregot's there as well to support Isaac Del Toro for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad, the local team, if you will, and of course the defending champions of this event, Tadej Pogacar, has handed over the reins and the mantle of race leadership for that team in this event to Isaac Del Toro. Looked to be in fine form, didn't he, after day one? Decent time trial, without being a stunning time trial. Better time trial, of course, from Antonio Tiberi on day 2. And then day 3, Isaac Del Toro looked like he was going backwards. It was all, wheels were falling off, and he wasn't going to be able to fight for glory, and then recovered and managed his energy reserves absolutely perfectly, albeit not quite managing to overhaul Tiberi by a margin of about 15 seconds, I think it was, on the line. He'll get his pacing just right, I suspect, tomorrow, aided by his team. I mean, he might say that he did get his pacing really absolutely perfectly on day 3, because he did recover. He did pass absolutely everyone on the climb except Antonio Tiberi, and maybe that was the summit of his potential on the day. At any rate, he's still very much in it, and these riders still very much in it and riding well. Moscon on the front here for the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, over a minute up the road, but that's where it's been for ages at this point. It sort of yo-yoed, it was pared back to about 55 seconds or so for a while, just steadily eked out once again to approaching 110, but well, surely need a bit more. And not likely to get it, I suspect. Moscon, long, steady display here from the Italian riders, fellow countryman. Jonathan Milan hanging out of a slightly bigger gear at the moment, just trying to gather his thoughts. Coming down towards the final 40 kilometers, we'll see these riders start to assemble in colour order behind. And team directors will be reminding their riders of their duties and responsibilities and what's coming, and they'll switch into final mode. Well, Milan is just nestled in the main body of the peloton, gaining maximum shelter, while his teammates Conrad and Gebrek Zabir up front have been setting the agenda throughout the day. Milan and his lead-out train have just focused on staying safe, staying out of trouble, staying relaxed as well. How important is that? The nervous energy that you can use in those in the peloton needs to be absolutely minimized. Here's a team, Modern Adventure Pro Cycling Squad. What a What an arrival they have had on the main stage. They got a nice invitation to the Alula Tour in Saudi and contested for the overall with Stefan de Bod. And yesterday, de Bod was in that break in a World Tour stage race. Certainly honouring their invitations so far with very active performances and just about almost holding off to contest for stage glory. Riley Pickerill, number 96, he's their sprinter, 8th over the line yesterday. Another man to conjure with, deep in conflab with Sean Christian. Pickerill will like to try and pick out the right wheel at the end today.
Yeah, it's a new team. They're just kind of gelling together. They've done rather well. For Pickerill, well, we know he can sprint from past results. He's a good top tenner. I don't think he's quite there to battle it out for the win, but you know, another top 10, top 6, you know, they would take all day long. He's been on the deck earlier on today, but he looks okay. So another opportunity to get another good result.
Yeah, but Xavier, Lopez and Conrad has been the order of the day for much of the day. Lopez second in line here is a fine stage racer in his own right. Winner of the Tour de Hongrie in Hungary last year. Taking an important stage race success. Didn't quite have his climbing legs on day 3, so now he's dedicating himself to the interests of Matteo Malicelli. Long drag race down towards the finale today for these riders. Nick Sikowski representing Pinarello Q36.5, the youngest of our trio here, 27 years of age, in his fourth season actually with this team. Contracted through to the end of next season. Jenny Moscone, potentially the best known rider in there, 31 years of age from Trento. And Sylvain Dillier, he's probably best known to us this week. His 3rd visit to a break from 4 potential road stage breakaway attempts. And Dillier, leader of that intermediate sprints competition, former stage winner in Giro d'Italia, and of course maybe best known for his 2nd place finish in Paris-Roubaix back in 2018. Preparing for the classics to come. Preparing well today, potentially will move not just, he'll retain the black jersey into tomorrow's penultimate stage, but currently he's leading the overall points competition for that green jersey. And as I said, Jonathan Milan must finish in the top 3 today in order to unseat him, and Isaac Del Toro is pretty much certain, unless he goes up for the sprint, that's not likely to happen, to hand over that jersey at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting here. For the individual sprints, you get 8 points for the win. At the finish, you get 20 points. Even 20 points for the time trial as well. Normally they pair it back for a time trial and give more points for, you know, sprint stages. Sometimes less for mountaintop finishes, but such as the points here for the individual sprints that Sylvain Dillier has been sweeping up pretty much since stage 1. He's put himself right in that contention for that. I don't think he has an eye on it, of course, but you know, he's happy and content with what he's getting out this race so far.
Isaac Del Toro might be grateful actually for not for being excused podium ceremonies duties, because it can take a while for the podium ceremony to be completed in these races, and he might well just be delighted really that he'd be able to jump in the team car and head straight to the hotel after this and focus his attention on Jebel Hafid for tomorrow.
Yeah, but sometimes in this race, or any race, jumping in a team car after the podium has got its own perils as well.
Oh, yes, we heard Antonio Taberi after his podium responsibilities yesterday was in a team car. They picked up a puncture along the way, and they were sort of abandoned at the side of the road, and eventually another car managed to come and collect the overall race leader. Took him a little bit longer to get to his hotel than he would have liked, but no harm, no foul. But so many, I mean, that just is instructive, isn't it? So many road cars now don't have a spare wheel to Foam doesn't always work, does it? Ethan Vernon's flying in his end squad. Feeling pretty good about his performances and his potential today after yesterday's second place finish. They've put a rider into the chase. Jan Hirt has been doing a lot of work to ensure that it's as close to an armchair ride through to the finish line for Ethan Vernon, and that he will be part of the lead group contesting for that stage victory. The young British rider really going well at the moment. He's been a good signing for them. Already with a victory, of course, from the Santos Tour Down Under, winning the stage to Wollonga. Of course, it was slightly pared back, wasn't it? Worked out for the sprinters, that one. But yeah, right from the beginning of the season in early January to be able to pick up a win, I think that relaxes.
Oh, even did a good
riders.
prologue. He was only fractions of a second off Sam Watson that day, so he's really started the season very, very well. Disappointed yesterday with his second place, so another big opportunity for Ethan Vernon today.
And young Mathieu Milan, Vernon, sandwiched by the Milan brothers. He's a bit of a unit, isn't he? Not unlike his brother, 2 years younger. First World Tour podium in the first couple of months of his World Tour odyssey. Alpe d'Huez is an ice race, not easy to perform at, but
there's a few mountains there.
Not at this level, yeah. A few mountains in the Alps, I believe. Yeah.
Just a few.
This new Groupama FDJ jerseys look good, don't they? And nicely complement this Willier bikes.
Must be Pickerel.
Yeah, it's Riley Pickerel there, sprinter. And as you can see, he was one of those riders crashed earlier today.
He's got the old iodine spray. Oh, was it the back? Why are you at the back? Well, you're either seen at the front or the back. So obviously, back home they're watching, and he's getting the communication from the family.
I wonder, do they realise that we can hear them? I suspect not. I think they just clocked it. A few candid comments there from Sean Christian and Riley Pickerel. Looking pretty relaxed inside the final 40. These riders having to push hard now to retain what they've got. And you can tell as well from the body language of Patrick Conrad and Emmanuel Gebrek-Zabir. Those two riders, it's not just today, but yesterday as well, spent a huge amount of time on the front of the peloton there, starting to accumulate fatigue. It's something we've spoken about quite a bit in recent years, is that the riders with the new nutrition protocols that they have in place don't accumulate fatigue during a stage and indeed across a stage race to the same extent, but that's not to say they don't get tired. It just doesn't accumulate in such a vicious way.
It's okay, Declan, they'll get the day off tomorrow. There's no sprint stage, so yeah, then again they'll be back on duty and come Sunday for the sprint, the final stage.
But the only thing I'd say about tomorrow is, in and around the desert on the approach to that final climb, it can be potentially one of the most challenging crosswind scenarios that the riders will face all week.
Fingers crossed the wind gets a lot stronger because it isn't forecast, so hopefully it does.
Powerful figure that is Sam Welsford, on the podium in this stage last year, knows the finish, knows what he wants to do, wants to stay attached any way he possibly can. Josh Tarling second on stage 2. How important is he going to be in the finale for Sam Welsford? Former European time trial champion. Josh Tarling can generate watts like few others.
Sam's going. Josh, you're on camera. Hey, Boyle.
Isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a big fight against the Welsh tomorrow in Rugby Union.
Irish just have to hammer England to Twickenham.
Good luck.
No problem. France, Italy, of course, the other game. And that long, wide open boulevard. You think it's absolutely pan flat, and then you look at there and you can see the way it just sort of rolls up and down. What a fantastic image that is from our heli, our eye in the sky. Vincent in the heli giving us this amazing image. It's terrific, isn't it? Bit of a crosswind there.
So somebody's just stopped in the outside lane in the opposite direction.
Yeah, welcome to the UAE. Yeah, lane etiquette is a subtle and confusing art to learn if you're new to driving this part of the world. I'm not sure if subtle is the right word. Definitely confusing. Peloton stretched out. The kilometers are disappearing under the wheels of these riders as they prepare for the finale of this competition. We heard from Antonio Taberi after his performance yesterday, where he was sort of on the outer reaches of the top 20, and of course he was saying that, no, I wasn't even remotely interested in trying to win the stage. I was just merely needing to make sure that I stayed on the right side of any split in the peloton. And in the particular finale we have today, with those turns in the final kilometre, a split is far from beyond the bounds of possibility.
Yeah, I think last year in this sprint we saw a couple of crashes. I hope we don't see that this year, but yeah, it's part and parcel of racing. Luckily, in a messy sprint yesterday, we didn't have that. And I thought at one point I kind of winced a little bit as the breakaway was caught, as the sprint starting to open up, and there was lack of road space for a few of these riders. Malacelli just kind of locking shoulders with Milesi, no real fault of each other's, but yeah, it really did come together come the end. But today's sprints, that I think crucially get a good position into that final right-hand corner, and if you've got a couple of guys in front of you, even one guy in front of you as your lead-out guy, then it could pay dividends for you. But I really do think that do what Tim Merlier did last year and take on the sprint and force Milan to come by you.
Yeah, Malacelli just getting a little bit confused as the riders came back from that early break. No fault of Lorenzo Milesi from the Movistar squad, who was part of that long-range breakaway. No fault too from Malacelli either, as he had his closing speed was so much faster.
Yeah, that's who he's talking to at the moment, Evenepoel. I think Evenepoel's given a bit of a tip. This is how to win this sprint today.
Any chance of a lead out, Remco?
Yeah. I've seen it. Remco leading out was at Alaphilippe and riders in the past. Here we go, Team Time Trial.
They got organised for this one. You can see popular with cyclists of all levels. All well and good, but can you sustain it?
This is what they did in the women's tour as well, didn't they? In the same part of the cycle track.
And all the sprinters popping down for a word with Remco.
He just said Malacelli told me this is what he's going to do in the sprint, so I'm going to talk to my mate Milan. Tell him. They need to stop freewheeling because the freewheeling's drowning out what they're saying.
That's great old chin wag, isn't it? Friends catching up. Clear that we're not fully on just yet, even if the pace is quite high and just not manageable by the amateurs on the cycle track. But Jonathan Milan enjoying a little chat with Remco Evenepoel.
Both Olympic champions.
Absolutely, yes. Of course, Jonathan Milan at the velodrome and Remco Evenepoel on the road, doubling up.
Maybe that's what they were talking about. You know, why don't you give the the other record a go?
Well, absolutely. Which one first? Remco Evenepoel satisfied, I think, that he's got his teammate up front and in the breakaway. As you can see, it's quite the stiff crosswind here, but no sign of any. Well, that's a bit more of a headwind. What am I saying? Grinding away into a headwind, quite a stiff breeze that Nick Sikowski is facing into. And how tired is he? But, well, added a few seconds to their advantage. That can only make things a little bit more interesting and indeed help them persevere. As you can see, it's not quite absolutely in their face. So I think it is more in their face than it is across them at this point. So it's not good news for this group. And microphone even picking up that wind as well. Of course, they're going to get it anyway, given they're going along. They're almost, it's probably north of 45 kilometers an hour here. Down to the final 30 kilometers. They began the day, 168 kilometers ranged in front of them. 2 intermediate sprints, no climbs of note. And the Dubai stage, taking the riders from the urban sprawl of one of the 2 big cities in the United Arab Emirates. Abu Dhabi, of course, being the other one. And one of the 2 really wealthy of the Emirates, are the ones with the oil. At least had the oil. Not sure how much Dubai has left. Certainly it's been a seat of huge industrialization and urban development over the years since independence from Britain in 1971. It tells a story. You can get some shelter if you're in the wheels. Today it's going to be a tough old grind out front for Conrad Gebrek-Zabir and friends. $30K to go. Group of 3 out front for much of the day. Sylvain Dillier having taken both of the intermediate sprints and he's extended his lead, now commanding advantage in that intermediate sprints classification. He also leads the green battle points as well, the green jersey points. And now he wants the full house of stage honours to go with it. He wouldn't bet on it, but that won't prevent them from trying. Neutral service and 3 team cars supporting the riders in this breakaway group. 3 cars, I think, from the Shimano neutral service there. Also supplied, indeed, by the race organisers. Wrapped and branded Shimano. Numerous different bikes and sizes and combinations and pedal systems as well, supplied by Shimano. Having said that, relatively rare event that the riders will take recourse to use one of those neutral service bikes, but they're super grateful when they do, that's for sure. It looks like hard work in the front right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, hard work in the front, easy in the back. We've already seen Remco and Milan and Malicelli just kind of chilling out. So sitting in the wheels has been a pretty easy day for majority of the peloton. You know, you have to work hard at the front. Jan Hurt is hurting. NSN, you get Gebrek-Zabir, Lopez, Conrad, same 4 riders that have been pretty much riding and controlling this breakaway of 3 riders all day. So it's not been easy at all, even for Sylvain Daly. He had to try 3 or 4 times to get himself in this breakaway initially. His teammate Ricard was trying to get involved as well. You know, just in case Daly didn't get there, Ricard was there. He's got a few points in the sprints competition. Then we have 4 riders, and Ezra Cordell of the Modern Adventure cycling team dropped back, leaving these 3 riders out here. And, you know, they're tiring as well. But the thing is, at this level, if you've got good communication in the breakaway, then, you know, you ride nice, steady. But it wasn't steady early on. The first kilometre, the first hour was run off at just over 49 kilometres an hour. So, you know, it was a rapid start. Breakaway have settled it down, but in these type of roads, a minute's nothing. You can see them just down the road.
Here's a scenario with 17 kilometres to go. They make a right turn, at which point potentially things will get interesting, because what wind there is will be certainly across the riders, and it will be across the riders all the way to the final kilometre.
Yes, but we start to head into the population part, or the populated part, so there will be buildings. This is a little bit more open. If this was blowing across the road, yeah, there would be a scenario of crosswinds, but I think now with this wind that's blowing kind of northwesterly, it should be a cross tailwind in towards the finishing line. So I think the pace will pick up, but like I said earlier on today, I don't think the wind will play any major effect in this stage today.
And yes, Grenadier squad supporting the interests of Sam Welsford today. He's their high hope and main hope for glory. 9th across the line yesterday for the Aussie, who, of course, well, I say of course, but it almost seems like routine, doesn't he, that he takes 1 or 2 really good results in his native Australia at the beginning of the season, and then tries to and hopes to translate and carry that form into the battles to come. Looking to move up a little bit. It was a bit of a late show. It got detached, didn't he, from Ben Swift in the finale yesterday, so it wasn't a perfectly pieced together sprint. And I mean, it's something we've discussed. It really is a complicated thing to put together a really good lead out for your man and do it on a consistent basis. And when it does happen consistently, it's not always easy to appreciate just what an extraordinary achievement that is. So the Ineos Grenadiers squad going pretty close to doing a perfect lead out. They did a very good lead out on day 1, but it was just too challenging a finale for a sprinter of the particular abilities of Sam Welsford on that ramp up to the finish in Liwa Palace. So he'll hope today is a bit more suited to him after last year's 4th place finish.
Well, if they get anywhere near that, Declan, then they stand a very good chance. Like yesterday, Ben Swift had a better place than Sam Welsford. Nobody got it right. It was just so chaotic in the end. There was a little bit of, panic with, the breakaway kind of hanging in there. So, yeah, it was an interesting final, that's for sure. But that roundabout caused a little bit of concern. Very difficult to stay together, and no one got it right.
There's Polo Club. That's where you keep your horses, I think, isn't it?
No, I used to play bicycle polo, not horse polo.
Did you?
Yes. I played for Scotland against Ireland at bicycle polo.
Is that a fact? Where?
Yeah.
In Scotland?
In Scotland, yeah. Yeah. On bicycle. Fixed free wheel, on grass, very short wheelbase. Yeah.
Did you win?
Polo. Wasn't a lot of money in it like horse polo, but yeah, I used to play it.
And were you a striker or defender? How's bicycle polo?
Well, I didn't like to play in goal because it's a wooden ball. It's a very hard ball. You get hit with that. You had to wear full face helmets and everything. So yeah, I used to play maybe on the wing because I was young at the time and I was a speedy little winger. Yeah.
Not a midfield general like Archie Gilman.
Yeah, we beat the Dutch that day. Archie Gilman scored 3-2 in the World Cup, if any Dutch are listening. 1978 World Cup. Go and look it up.
How did the Dutch get on in that World Cup? Made the final, I think.
Yeah, but Scotland beat them.
So is it going to be a victory for Scotland today? Wouldn't bet on it. Will it be a victory for the Dutch? Well, Case Ball would have something to say about that, wouldn't he? Great second place finish on day one, and he's in position to see what he can do about doing it on a flat road.
I mentioned that yesterday. I kind of bigged up Gerben Tyson yesterday, and he finished fourth. So I think Gerben Tyson would be another rider that we have to look at for Alpecin Premier Tech, because I thought he tied up a little bit towards the end, but he started to look a little bit better this year than he has done last.
Yeah, a bit more like the Gerben Tyson of old. As you say, fourth place finish, his first top 10 of the week for the Dutch sprinter with the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. Case Ball, as we mentioned, for the Decathlon CMA CGM team. He'll be nestling in their lead-out train, hoping for glory today, as they also protect the interests of Felix Gall, their 8th place rider on overall general classification. Find the Decathlons down there, just moving out of shot. Then the Ineos Grenadiers, Picnic Post Nels, Casper Van Uden, we hope he's recovered from his little spill earlier on. Down the back, as Riley Pickrell told us, he is the Modern Adventure Pro Cycling team. That's where they live at the moment. They won't want to be there at the end.
Be interesting to see how Groupama ride this final, because the spotlight seems to be on Matteo Milan a little bit now. Today he's got that third place. Confidence must be high, and I never really noticed yesterday if Groupama, FDJ United, did any kind of lead out, whether he did it himself or got a little bit of help. But I think we'll see a little bit more of them today on the back of Matteo getting third.
Yeah, it's a boost to the team. It's a boost to everyone, isn't it? And you suddenly think, well, this guy has something a little bit special. And even though you thought you were giving absolutely 100% before, suddenly there's a little bit more that you can find in you, and you have that extra motivation. Peloton looks a little bit more invested here. Pace starting to ramp up. And we are, about 5-6 kilometers from that right turn. And we are getting ever closer to the conclusion of this stage. So the pace up to, we're going 59, 60 kilometers an hour. Is that in the motorbike, which is overtaking the peloton? At any rate, it's it's a pretty fast progress for the peloton. We can say it's certainly mid to late 50s at the very least of it. Meanwhile, usual suspects on the front, and they must be feeling very, very fatigued indeed. Less so, Remco Evenepoel. We pick out the images presented to us by his teammate Mathieu Catania. Lotto Intermarché, new sponsor on board this year. Leonard van Eetveld in a fine 4th place overall, and Stefan de Schortenaer is probably a good option for them. 7th yesterday, knows the finish, 16th across the line last year, but does have experience of it, and that he'll be boosted by that top 10 yesterday. 7th is a decent result, and maybe gunning for more today with the Lotto Intermarché squad.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams and riders with work to do, and that's what you want to do. You want to improve, and the performance yesterday and keep on improving, although tomorrow is a mountaintop finish. You look into the final stage, and this year there's only 4 opportunities for the sprinters, and Del Toro took that away on stage 1, so there's only 3 opportunities. Yesterday Milan got victory, today in the final day, so for the sprinters they've only really got two more chances, and that plays in your mind a little bit. And I think everybody knows after yesterday's sprint where everybody else is at. I know there's a few riders put out of position, but yeah, the pressure about, you don't really want to go into the final stage and not have anything from this race, because then you've got real pressure on your shoulders.
So when the hierarchy establishes itself, and Jonathan Milan obviously is at the top of the tree. Other riders clearly have a little bit of good form. Does that change the focus? Does that change the focus of the teams in how they present their riders in the mix, in that sort of chaotic milieu in the final few kilometers?
The hierarchy is already here. You've got Lido Trek with Milan. You've got Astana with Malacelli. Although he finished 6th yesterday and 4th, he hasn't got but the way he's sprinting, and then you've got MSN with Ethan Vernon. So that is the kind of high rate. That's the kind of top three. But like the shooter for Lotto Intermarché, you want to kind of play off that. We don't have to ride because we only get seventh yesterday, but you're always striving to do your best. And there were a lot of teams, even Innes Grenadiers over on the right-hand side in the orange and the grey. Well, they did a terrific lead out stage one. Welsford, well, he couldn't finish it off. It was too hard for him in stage one. Yesterday, it was just too messy in the end. They do have the firepower, especially with Josh Tarling, what he can do in the run in towards this finish. And if they get anywhere close to what they did in stage one, then they stand a great opportunity of Sam Wilson to finish fourth in this stage. So, again, it's going to be another kind of chaotic sprint finish. And these kind of micro trains are going to come into play. But I still think that Lido Trek have got the best train out there.
Yeah, they're building up a head of steam behind. You can tell by the difference in the pace of the main peloton against the group out front. 3, 4, 5 kilometers an hour differential there. Has Patrick Conrad managed to stay there? Because he looked to me as if he was sort of building up and, you know, just winding it up for one final play. He's been there for quite a long while at this point. Jan Hirt comes into the rotation, but it's a really short turn for him. And they're crowding around behind. And now the lead-outs, I think, are close to the end of their job. It's still showing at 1 minute and 3 seconds. Milano here looking to move up. We're looking at him as Rune Herregots is charged with the job of bringing him up.
That's all he's got. Rune Herregots. He had the Rune Herregots yesterday, so he's got one rider to look after him, and that's it. So a lot of the time he has to kind of look after himself. But you know, there's a little bit more pressure on a lot of riders. Let's not forget Ellen Blickra of Uno X, who lived here, schooled here, has almost kind of come home. The
Norwegian local boy.
The Norwegian local boy, yeah. So he's the man that you know, wants to show well in front of his parents as well. But like I said yesterday, you still have to bring these three riders back. But there's more and more teams thinking, right, they want to get organised. But you have to consider Lopez is a climber, Hirt is a climber, Conrad's a bit of a climber, Gebri Zabi is a strong rider. You don't have big horsepower at the front at the moment. I would say there's more horsepower in the breakaway than at the front of the peloton. These guys are doing their job, but they aren't kind of used to riding on the flats at well over 50 kilometres an hour.
Well, they're done now because it's washing machine time or colour order time, call it what you will. They're all wanting to be on the front, inside 20 kilometres to go. They've got the G up from the team cars behind, and Visma Lease bike looking in fine fettle in their yellow jerseys, close to the front at the moment, protecting their GC man, of course, Jürgen Nordhagen, the young rider with the Visma Lease bike squad, 9th overall.
Look at all the fight at the moment for places, and it was a nice helicopter shot we saw there. Alpecin Premier Tech are doing what I've seen Quick Step doing in the past, just sitting back. There's no real danger to get involved. It's 3 lanes wide. You know, it's not. You don't really have to waste too much energy fighting to get the front, but that's what the sports directors expect. They want you to get together, get organised inside the last 20 kilometres. Well, you can afford to play a little bit more of the waiting game instead of using riders.
Late afternoon here in the United Arab Emirates, and the temperature cooling a little. It's more manageable, 25 degrees Celsius, albeit it's all hotting up a little bit in that main peloton as the pace rises, and the advantage of our breakaway trio comes down inside a minute for the first time, well, in a long, long time at this point. They've been out front since about, 15, 18 kilometres into the stage, down to the final 20 kilometres of this day. And they're still out there, and they're still going to press on to the line. But the sheer, energy of all of those squads wanting to be on the front has, in its own way, developed a higher tempo that is going to challenge those riders. So stand on the left-hand side of your peloton. The Lotto Intermarché squad trying to move up and position Stefan de Schuytenaar. And you've got the Pinarello's Q36.5s also starting to try and put their riders into prime position. Emmanuel Huku was 10th over the line yesterday, so looking to try and improve upon that. Good top 10 in a World Tour event for the Pinarello Q36.5 pro cycling team.
Yeah, well, that gives a real indication of the way the wind is blowing. But yeah, there's a bit of a rush now inside the last 20 kilometres to get to the front. This gap coming down now, 48 seconds. It's not going to be, I didn't think it would be for the breakaway, although they came close yesterday. It's not going to be close today, but it's starting to get a little bit more of an arrowhead. I think there's a few riders thinking, well, I can't ride at this pace for much longer. I'm going to be needed, so it's better to try and kind of tuck in a little bit than waste too much energy riding on the front.
Yeah, not too far from the right turn and down to 42 seconds. So the trio up front will be almost within touching distance. Fan wide across the road again as everyone tries to own it, and it's all a bit urgent to say the least. Mattia Catania, the job of making sure that he escorts Remco Evenepoel, trying to stay as safe as he possibly can in that main peloton and make plans for tomorrow's mountain stage. All pretty hectic in there. Catania just opens up a little bit of a gap, and World Time Trial champion just jogs into it. Nicely done.
Yeah, his former teammate Elan Van Wilder just behind him as well. Dan Hooler on the right-hand side there. So everybody pushing and shoving. It's prime space towards the front. Everybody wants it, but I don't think that everybody needs it at this moment in time.
What about the Tudor Pro Cycling team? Robin Foidevaux is making a name for himself as a bit of a sprinter. He did the same in the Alula Tour in Saudi a couple of weeks ago, and 5th place yesterday suggests that it's worth investing a little bit of effort in his ambitions today.
Yeah, everybody's got their plan ahead of this. Just when I said that Alpecin, Premier Tech were down the back, now they've come up to the front. So still 16 kilometres to go to the finish, a long, long way. Look at the size of this road. I don't think you should be too worried. If you're out of position at the moment, I don't think you should be too worried.
Yeah, there's still room to try and make it. I think you probably should be very worried indeed if you're in this breakaway group, though, because there's still 15.5 kilometres remaining, down to an advantage of just a couple of 100 metres, inside half a minute. Zukowski, Moscon and Dillier surely well within touching distance for that main peloton, but nonetheless they continue to press on, and chapeau, congratulations to them for their efforts today. They certainly saw the average speed pared back in that most recent, the third hour of racing. That's because the wind conditions not really to the favour of the riders, and most particularly not to the favour of the breakaway group, but good effort nonetheless for Moscon, for Dillier and for Zukowski.
Yeah, that was the plan at the start of the day, especially for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. They were the most animated team, wanted to get a man in the breakaway, and they got that. But splitting the peloton as well, normally see, we've got so many lanes, 4 lanes, plus the 2 lanes at the side, so there's plenty of road space. I just have to bide your time, not use too much energy. We can see that NSN with Ethan Vernon just, he's down towards the back, not panicking too much. And I think that's the way you have to play it. Save your energy, save your riders.
X-Mobility and the UAE Team Emirates XRG squads. UAE trying to create something here. Yeah. This is about the crosswinds, and this is about attack as a form of defence. And Tiberi's going to feel this and be a little bit concerned about this. Where the Bahrain Victoria squad, and where indeed is Isaac Del Toro in that green jersey. He's just nestling close to his teammates, but that's not created any great urgency or panic amongst the main contenders. So that didn't force a split just yet. Will they persevere with it? Jonathan Milan looking good, nestling in the wheels at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to move up again. Another rider that's down towards the back. No panic at all. Obviously, it was a try there for UAE Team Emirates. Reading the wind direction coming slightly from the left-hand side, but it just wasn't strong enough. It's in a kind of built-up area, and unfortunately for them, nothing really kind of happened. Herrigots and Niels Pollock came up, but there was no splits. Nothing's going to happen in the run-in towards the finish, and it's just about saving energy as much as possible.
Down hole up towards the front for the Decathlon CMA CGM team. The Jaco Alula squad also represented at the front, revving away impressively. Ben O'Connor, he's a climber who can go pretty quickly on a flat road as well. Bastian's just almost nonchalantly appearing at the front for the Sidal Quickstep squad and getting things kicked off for them.
Just down at the right-hand side, Ethan Vernon, just pedaling a small gear. He's in that kind of bubble on the right-hand side. Wind coming from the left. He's getting plenty of shelter. He's not using too much energy, and he's just happy to sit there.
And they're all just looking at this group of 3 riders in more of an echelon formation here. They fanned out wide to get the maximum shelter. Oh, you don't want to do that, Jenny. Don't even think about it. Just keep riding. Zukowski. Little injection of pace as he arrives at the front. What a wide boulevard this is. Plenty of lanes to conjure with. They all want to huddle together. Now, will we see a further push? Decathlon control on the front. Their plan today, Case Ball, one would presume. And it's Bissiger, the big time trial engine that is on the front. Dan Holder's pretty good tester as well. And they're 2 very useful riders being employed at just the right moment, you would suspect.
Yeah, Case Ball just coming down the inside now to join his teammates. UAE Team Emirates, they're just looking after Del Toro, just making sure he's safe. But there's a lot of riders, especially sprinters, holding back.
Everyone's holding back a little bit, but nothing being held back by Sylvain Dillier. They're grinding away, just about hanging on to that 22, 23 second advantage, but still more than 10K to go at this point, and well, they must be feeling weary. What a brave effort it has been indeed, but it was a little bit too squeaky, a little bit too close for comfort yesterday as far as the main peloton are concerned, so this one altogether tighter today. Still having to rev. I mean, they're being forced to rev along at a fair old rate in that peloton behind without quite getting on terms.
It's settled a little bit now. You can see Bissiger just sitting up a little bit. You can see that also Barry and Victorious looking after the red jersey just in the left-hand side. So it's kind of fanned across the road a little bit more. It's just when you come into this point of the stage, you know that the wind's going to be coming from the left-hand side, and you have to be there. It's one of these scenarios, Declan, that if you're not there and it does split and a team tries to take advantage, you kick yourself. But it's just UAE were the only team that kind of really tried there. Jaco Alula and the purple were also there, but nothing really happened. So this is a case of manage your resources, manage your team riders, and don't go too early because you'll use them up. You're going to need them getting into that final corner.
Yeah, different ideas about the best place to be. Maximum shelter, of course, on the right-hand side of the road. Notable that the Bahrain Victoria squad have set up on the left-hand side of the road where there's less stress in getting into position, using a little bit of extra energy. Taberi nestling just to the right of his teammates, so getting effectively similar levels of shelter, but with maybe not quite the same stress levels. NSM, by contrast, hard on the right-hand side of the road with their man George Bennett, the New Zealand national time trial national road race champion in that white jersey, just being replaced at the front. But they're nicely collected together, the NSN squad for Ethan Vernon. Meanwhile, still Bissiger setting the tempo for the decathlon, just a little bit to their left, in between UA Team Emirates XRG. Jaco Alula as well, also trying to assemble and make plans for superstardom today. I wonder who they've got in mind. Is it Mezgets, who went for a late one last year?
Well, it's the only rider they've got that can do it. He knows this finish. He's the only rider in the peloton that's ridden every UE tour so far. So he tried last year. I think if he's maybe thinking if he can get in that same position, he wasn't able to hold on, but get himself in that position and see what he can do. But I think for a lot of these riders, patience is a virtue. Just sit back and relax. In this picture, we cannot see any Ennish Grenadiers until now. They're the ones sitting back. They're sitting with the numbers. There's road space, which will allow them to come up at the right time. And with 9.9 to go, it's not the right time yet.
The gap's gone out. Look at that. It's back out to 33 seconds. And that, I think, is a signal that the pace hasn't quite switched on. Nobody wants to invest. And as Brian is saying, if other teams are going to do it, why would you do it? Well, the Lidl Trek squad, Jonathan Milan, deep in conflab with Max Falscheid. He's his second from last lead-out man. They're making a plan. And Simona Consoli won't be too far away either, as they look to double up. And no doubt he'll go looking for the brothers' wheel as well. Mattia Milan has had plenty of attention today. Will he have more attention? And will he have a victory ceremony to go for today at the end of things as the Groupama FDJ squad move their riders into position? They've got a useful fast finisher in Axel Wens as well. no doubt be of value, but it'll be all in Formula 1.
Just look how relaxed it is. 9.2 to go. Nice and relaxed at the back of the peloton. No real danger. But as we say, that's 33 seconds with 9 kilometres to go for the 3 riders in front. So you have to say, they're saving the best till last. Dare I say it, and I think you said it earlier on today, that lightning doesn't strike twice. I didn't think it would, but they're putting up a good fist of this one.
Yeah, certainly. They've just been fed out a little bit. And it's how often you see it when they almost catch a group and then suddenly the gap goes back out again. This will give them renewed encouragement. And, well, however tired they may be feeling, they've got to get it out now. And it is a grind. With that crosswind blowing across and impeding their progress, still they can manage 43, 44, 45 kilometers an hour after 4 hours of racing. The Lotto Intermarché squad moving towards the front. Red Bull Bodo Hansgrohe as well, happy enough to set the agenda on the front of the peloton. On the left-hand side, Jared Dreisner was at the head of their lineup with the sort of sole objective, really, of not setting the tempo on the front because they've got a teammate in the breakaway, but of just being present to protect Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, you saw that helicopter shot there. No place to hide in this roads. The teams that are using up energy are at the front. They're using up some riders. You see the Malicelli down towards the back, Milan, and his Grenadiers are all kind of sitting back and waiting. And sometimes you can't do that, but just as I say, it's 38 seconds.
It's back out to 38 seconds. That's instructive as well, isn't it, from the helicopter? I mean, you might have thought when you saw the moto shot that they were nestling in the slipstream of that moto, but they're quite a way behind. And no advantage to be gained. But great images presented to us here by the crews as he peels off the front. Sylvain Dillier has a little look at Nick Sikowski. He'll be trying to encourage his breakaway companion. All of these riders experienced, all of them know how things usually play out, but yet they try. And they're becoming a little bit more blurry in the background, aren't they? Out to 39 seconds. They continue to believe. Who's going to switch this one on now? Hard on the left-hand side. Lotto Intermarché in the white jerseys, red jerseys, the white jersey of Leonard van Eetveld. Their GC man is the one to protect, as indeed is their sprinter, who's Stefan de Schuytenaar. Somewhere in there. Red Bull Bodo Hansgrohe. Then you've got the decathlons with still Bissiger available. Still Ben O'Connor at the head of the Jaco Alula.
He keeps on going up 1 second at a time. Keeps on going up there. Another one there, 42 seconds. I did not think at the start of the day when I saw the breakaway that was gone that would be the scenario come the end. So I think the call may have come from NSN. We need a little bit more pace now. And, they've sent a rider up towards the front to add that little bit of pace, and that's Nadav Reisberg.
That definitely felt like it was a step up in pace. It's forced the peloton into more of an arrowhead formation, stretched it ever so slightly thinner. They're whipping around left and right as well as everyone wants to jockey for position. But after 40 seconds, this one is still to run and run, potentially all the way to the final kilometre. Gianni Moscon is looking a little bit of pain. Not the first time he's looked over his shoulder. Tell you what, Gianni, you don't want to do that. You just want to focus 1,000,000% all the way to the finish line. And that's the kind of encouragement he's getting to, I think, there from Sylvain Dillier. Let's not look behind. Let's just go all in for this one. Why not? Back out to 400 metres of an advantage, but a few seconds paired off that by the instant injection of pace on the front of that peloton. And it is more of an arrowhead formation there. It's not as easy to ride on the front. Someone had to use a rider, and they decided on Reisberg from the NSN squad as Jaco Alula with Ben O'Connor and friends also trying to create a scenario for Luka Mezgec to strut his stuff. It's a stage he knows, top 10 performance from him in this equivalent one year ago. Bennett tries to move up the outside, also to be present for Ethan Vernon.
Yeah, starting to come down quite quickly now. It was creeping up. Everybody wanted to be at the front, but they didn't want to put the pace on, and the pace really is on now.
Cote.
Pierre-Andre Cote now for NSN takes over, but are we seeing attacks at the front here?
Oh, he's gone. So Dillier was just encouraging his breakaway companions. A little bit of a separation here, as it looks as if it's Zukowski's the strongest of the trio, unless Moscon can get back in. He hasn't given up on this one just yet. So they're scrapping amongst themselves as they're down to the final 5 kilometres. It's a solo raid for glory here for the Pinarello Q36.5 pro cycling rider from Canada, former Canadian national road race champion. He was also a silver medalist in his national time trial championship. So decent rouleur, decent watts available. And this was the moment when things started to split up a little bit. And was it a full-blooded attack from Zukowski? It was. Dillier just out of breakfast at that point after 3 hard days in the breakaway this week.
Yeah, he chose the moment where, just at the end of the turn of Moscon, because he realised that Moscon is probably just as strong. Dillier, after being in the break for so many days, was starting to tire, but I think it was the wrong move.
Yeah.
We saw yesterday that they all stayed together and they all almost fought to the end. That was a mistake from Zukowski to do that, and I'm afraid that means that this breakaway is doomed now.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to, and how quickly could they re-establish cooperation? Can Moscow go up and say, look, no more attacking, we've got to try and survive? And that's what awaits them. Just outside 1 kilometre to go, they've got a long right-hander. That tends to stretch the peloton thin. And then that final right-hander with just over, about 550 to go, that's where things get a little bit interesting. They'll try and carry as much speed as they possibly can. A little bit of a change in the characteristic at the front. We're seeing the Groupama's start to move up in those blue jerseys with red left-hand sleeves. They've got their new man, Milan Minor, who's going to try and unseat Milan Major. Take the glory today. But it's Ethan Vernon that believes, and he's got his teammate Cote on the front with the Jaco Alulas and Ben O'Connor still capable of staying in there. They're about to overhaul the breakaway riders, still 4K to go.
Yeah, they're actually killing the breakaway here. The speed of them, they're coming up really, really fast now. Only 10 seconds, if that, at the front, and it's Jaco Alula leading the way. They've got Luke Plapp up towards the front. But I'll say this again, now is the time that you had that 3 kilometres to go, that's the time you want to start coming to the front. We saw them pushing and shoving coming up a lot earlier than this. You don't want to use your teammates. NSN have come up in numbers and brought it back, but this is what you don't want to do. This is a break killer.
Oh, and Moscon appreciating that, another effort, and Nick Zukowski wants to be last man standing. No competitivity award, but maybe, just maybe, he's thinking that he can survive for glory here today, and that little injection and extra attack just gives them a momentary reprieve. Maybe it means they can survive another couple of 100 metres, but they're going to come to 3 kilometres to go, and that's all it, and all done for the breakaway today. Chapeau, congratulations. Assemble over on the left-hand side of the road and leave it up to the sprinters to go for glory. Good news for the GC riders. They've made it to the 3 kilometres to go point, and it's Groupama FDJ that take it up on the front. They've got numbers.
First time we've seen this. I said it'll be interesting to see. Now the spotlight is in Matteo Milan. And that's why they've got the train at the front. They've realised they've got a top sprinter now, and they want to give them the best opportunity.
Well, a divide on the best route to take to glory here today, with Groupama FDJ on the right-hand side leading the larger of the two pelotons, but it's the Ineos Grenadiers squad that have decided to take it up, and they're starting to grind their way ahead of the Groupama FDJs just as they lose riders who are trying to find teammates by sweeping across to the other side of the road. And this is an amazing show of pace here by the Ineos Grenadiers squad. They're going to reattach in the middle of the road by the looks of things, and what's the net effect? Well, you've got the
Alpes and Premier Tech up there as well in the dark blue. Ineos have been pushed out of it a little bit. This is some lead out here from Groupama FDJ United. They really are pushing hard, giving Matteo Milan the best opportunity possible.
And the amazing effort from the Groupama FDJ squad. They've managed to stay in there for Matteo Milan. Where are the little treks for the slightly better known Jonathan Milan? Starting to poke their noses into the wind now, but we're also seeing the Alpecin Premier Tech, because Gerben Tyson, fine 4th place finish yesterday. Can he come up with the glory? As they all have, and most teams indeed, have plenty of riders feeling fresh and feeling frisky for the fight today. 1,600 metres to go, and still Ineos Grenadiers haven't quite managed to make it up there, but I think they're about to arrive ever so soon now. Lotto Intermarché as well, also moving up on the left-hand side. They're spreading wide.
Yeah, Josh Tarling is trying to bring up Welsford now. He's on the left-hand side. It's a bit messy on the right-hand side. Ethan Vernon is there with 2 of his teammates. NSN, but this is a tricky corner there. It's a sweeping one, and the next sweeping one is about 500 metres to go.
So heading under the kite now, 1,000 metres remaining. They've managed to negotiate that tricky right-hander. They've assembled what's left of the bunch and into position. And it's still the Aberdeen Premier Tech squad. Have a rider on the front. They're all anxiously looking around to see whether sprinters are. NSN looking good. Where's Vernon as he looks to move up? Welsford is in the pocket. Looks as if it's a little bit of freelancing to be done for Jonathan Milan as he's trying to pick up, and he's close to his brother, I think. Certainly a rider from the decathlon squad through the final right-hander now with 550 metres to go. Can they manage to stay upright? Well, we heard that that noise of the carbon fibre. One of the Groupama FDJ riders went down, but it's Astana trying to put Malicelli into perfect position. Milan has managed to get himself into prime position, or is he's moving up at just the right time. Welsford is there as well. Here comes Mattia Milan as well. It's kind of getting busy between the brothers there. Here comes Jonathan Milan. Will he be able to overhaul Malicelli on the run to the line? Vernon is in the mix as well. Then here comes Jonathan Milan against Vernon all the way to the line. Malicelli coming with a late run. Will he get there in time? No! Jonathan Milan gets the victory 2 days in succession. Fantastic performance, beautifully timed, beautifully judged, and once again he is the preeminent force, and Jonathan Milan gets the glory on stage 5. And what about that for an exhausting finale? Just one rider we think going down, and that's probably as good a return as you're going to get from a complicated finale like that. But what about Jonathan Milan coming up with the glory as he gets a 4th career success in this event? And it was his brother that actually went down. Mattia Milan, unfortunately, hits the deck and doesn't get a podium finish. But nonetheless, smiles all round for his brother Jonathan, who will get that news that Mattia is back at his feet, and also can celebrate the news that he's won 2 days in a row.
Bravo!
Well, you said it'd be messy. It certainly was a complicated finale, wasn't it? But
well, it was unfortunate for Matteo Milan. I heard it, and Groupama rider came down there, but Ethan Vernon put up a good fight there. But we can see it here, just coming in, a lot of pushing and shoving. Just looking at the Groupama rider in the just slides out in that corner. He was in about 20th place there, but I look behind you, you hear the crash, but just watch this. Even Welsford, he's down in about 20th place. He's been brought up in the left-hand side, but this time Ethan Vernon was in front of Milan. Milan was in, 5th place at the moment. Frodwa comes up, tries to grab the wheel. Case ball on the left-hand side. Malicelli was in Milan's wheel, but Ethan Vernon opens up. He could have closed the door in Milan, but he didn't, and there's a drag race by then. Malicelli behind both of them. Blickra comes up on the left-hand side. Ethan Vernon just couldn't hang on to that one there, and Milan takes that quite easily from Blickra and Malicelli. With Mies gets up there in 4th place, but again, 2nd day in a row, Sam Welsford, too far back. I think it's Skero over there gets another, 5th, 6th place. But unfortunately for Milan's brother, just sliding out in that corner there. But yet again, as you say, he comes up at the right time. That was a bit of a drag race at one point between Ethan Vernon and Milan, but Milan won that hands down.
yeah, that was power. That was speed. That was Jonathan Milan at his finest. This is Mattia Milan at his sorest, I suppose. He's from the heroics of yesterday's 3rd place, the ignominy of that little last corner crash. Disappointing moment for him. I mean, he just picked up a little bit of dust, didn't he? He just leaned on, and the grip wasn't available.
Well, at least they tried. It looked a reasonable lead out. Got a little bit messy in the end, but I think Jonathan Milan, he always puts himself in the best position. Yesterday, with it being messed, it wasn't a perfect lead out by any means, by any team whatsoever.
There's confirmation of the finishing order at the conclusion of this 5th stage, with Jonathan Milan getting up for a 4th victory of the season, a 2nd win in succession here at the UAE Tour, ahead of the Norwegian local boy, Erland Blicker of the UNO-X squad. Matteo Malicelli, another great top 4 performance from him again. Luca Mez gets nose the finish, another top 10 for him at this finish, across the line in 4th, ahead of Skirl, Vernon, Schroetener, Also in the top 10, Axel Wenz was subbing up for the Groupama FDJ in the latter stages of that sprint. Whereas Mikkel's getting into the top 10. Nicola Pavasini as well for the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. But absolutely nobody had anything like the pace of Jonathan Milan. This is a moment that his brother will want to forget as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the ups and downs of sprinting. But by that stage, I think he was maybe a little bit too far back anyway. But Milan, for the second day in a row, out a messy sprint, manages to find his way. He got himself onto Ethan Vernon's wheel and opened up a sprint that nobody could match.
Well,